I think for this session today, we need more energy from you people than the speakers out here. So I'm going to try that again. Good morning, everybody. Excellent. That's so much like it. So before I come over to present my talk, I'm going to do a brief intro of who you can expect in the first half of day 2. And let me quickly read that out for you. Because I'm playing a dual role of a speaker and a moderator today. So we have, for the product development track, we have speaker Ravi, who's me. I'll be talking about how to avoid turning your product into feature factory. We have speaker Nikita, who will be talking about financial metrics and analysis for product managers. And then followed by Elena, who will be talking about privacy by design, operationalizing privacy principles from the get-go. And then we'll have a panel discussion moderated by me. So looking forward to an exciting first half of day 2. All right, with that, can we have the slides here, please? Excellent. And do I use a... Excellent. All right, does the clicker work? Looks like it is. Cool. Looks good. So as you can see, I'm Ravi. I was the head of product for Priceable. When I say was, because I just quit a month ago. And I'm building 2 startups. One is Product Squad, productsquad.co to be precise, where I'm building a product development agency for startups, for MVP builders, for enterprise companies. And I am also building a startup which is under wraps, but I have been talking about it behind the scenes, so I will not be revealing much. It is in the property tech space because I've been working as head of products in property tech space. So I'm building a startup of my own. With that, I have a very active community called Product Lessons, productlessons.com, which is a YouTube channel primarily where I interview product leaders from all over the world. I started that podcast primarily, I think I was one of the few handful of podcasters in product space close to 9 years ago. Yeah, that's how long it has been. And it has been a fascinating journey since then. So to begin the story behind why I picked this topic today, I'm an avid, so this is my podcast. And to tell you the story, the background story behind my talk today, I wrote a blog post on the same topic, how to avoid turning a product into a feature factory some time ago. And it received, yes, are you raising? It's way too close? Okay, thank you. So it received quite a few eyeballs. Okay, people seemed to trigger conversation around it. I received a lot of likes, comments, and a lot of views. This is an old one. The comments have grown over time. And since there was a lot of conversation that was triggering, I thought, let me bring all that conversation and convert that into a talk. So what you are listening today is the assimilation of all that conversation that have happened and presenting in the form of a talk. So a few years ago, Apple made a bold change in how they build products. And that's what they wrote here. Apple is focusing on performance in the next version of iOS, the iPhone software. This is great news for iPhone users who have increasingly noticed bugs and glitches in Apple's software. So those of you who know Apple comes up with the new version of the software every year. Okay, they have this big Apple developer conference, and then they have this big show where they introduce new products. And they have been churning features after features for every new release of Apple. And then what they did was, for the first time ever, Apple said no more for new features. Let me read that out, because this is, again, from their memo. It said, instead of keeping engineers on a relentless annual schedule and cramming features into a single update, Apple will start focusing on the next 2 years of updates for its iPhone and iPad operating system. The company will continue to update its software annually, but internally, and the last one is very important, internally, engineers will have more discretion to to push back features that are not polished to the following year. Because usually it was driven top-down, driven by the product management on what next to build. But you know what? That was not being sustainable. Because building new features after features for the same product was taking its toll and was becoming buggy and was becoming unsustainable. For a very respectable company like Apple, it is coming from Apple, right? So the point that I'm trying to make here is, it's not the smaller companies, even the best companies like Apple, Microsoft, the respected ones, they also suffer from feature bloat. And sometimes it's the popular companies, it's the successful companies, they suffer from feature bloat. Why? Because they have become successful, and as a result, they have a longer roadmap. They have survived the first few years, and now they need to build more features. And that's why it's more likely that if you are a successful company, you are suffering from a feature bloat. All right, so what are the problems of a feature factory? First, when you build feature after feature, then you're filling with non-performing features. In all likelihood, not all the features that you ship within your product are going to be high-performing features. There is only, it's known, it's a Pareto principle, it's known 20% of your features are going to be high-performing features, 80% are non-performing. Accumulating tech debt, and if you are from product industry, you are from the technical industry, you would know every feature comes with itself a technical debt and the cost of maintaining feature overall. Lower customer satisfaction. When you start a product, there is a use case which is very narrow, which solves a real problem, a niche. But over time, when the features completely overpower them, then the satisfaction, I will show, there is a slide especially on that one. There is a indirect correlation between the number of features and satisfaction, user satisfaction. And the last one is very important, suffers differentiation in the market. When you come to the market with your new product, you always have a story, you have a positioning, okay? But what happens, you become successful, then you keep adding more features, you become everything for everybody. And that's when you lose your differentiation, you lose your value proposition. And you then suffer the differentiation in the market. We'll cover all of these things in the coming slides. So as they told, classic iceberg problem, right? In classic iceberg problem, what happens is, it might look like a small feature update, but there's a big cost of maintaining that feature update. Okay, there is a cost of maintenance, there is support, then there is also the cost of opportunity cost, because by building a small feature, you're not building maybe a very valuable feature. Okay, so there is an opportunity cost there, which is not visible. Sometimes customers would say, hey, this is just a change in color. Why does it take 6 weeks? They do not understand why it takes 6 weeks, because we understand how hard it is to integrate different teams to build a very small feature. And this is the chart that I was talking about, the indirect correlation between customer satisfaction and the number of features. As you can see, when you are a startup and you're building something new, you solve this, okay, and you give to the customer. It's an MVP, right? The customer likes it and says, wow, this is great. But hey, I wish it could do more, right? It starts from here. And you feel good about customer wanting more. So you build a new feature. And they said, I'm so glad they added this. You are happy, you build some more. Cool. And then eventually what happens is it reaches a peak wherein the customer feels great about your product because it has all the features that you have ever asked for. And then what happens? There comes a point where they say, hey, could you have help, or could you have a user manual where I could look about your features? And then what happens? Then you go to that downward spiral, which is inevitable. Hey, where the fuck did they put that? So they're losing the same features that they were so excited earlier, it's going downhill. So that's why there's always a optimum level where the user experience is peak, but when you add key features, it just becomes, it just adds to the misery of your customers. So my wife and I just moved to a new apartment, and we wanted to buy a bread toaster, a simple bread toaster. And then what happens? We search for bread toaster, and we found a bread toaster with those 5 things within that bread toaster, and we get very excited. And that's why customers are very excited when you have a lot of things. And we brought because it said, oh, it can toast, it can do boiling eggs, it can do omelets, fried eggs, scrambled eggs, and promised so much. And what did we do? We got excited and we bought that bread toaster. And this is exactly what happens. Sales are happy because the more features you have, the sales are able to sell them easily to the customers. And today we are only using bread toaster. We don't do any of the other promises it made. Okay, so this is, and I will never re-buy it again. That's the biggest challenge. So this is again a very good one. If you see here, on the right-hand side, when the number of features are high, your initial sales is maximized. I just gave you a demo. Why did I buy that toaster? I bought that toaster because it promised 5 things it can do. So my initial sales maximized. Your salespeople will be very happy if you are able to deliver 25 or 50 features in your product. But will I buy it again? No, because now my user experience has gone down. So that's why the repeat sales, when the number of features are less, the repeat sales are high. That's why it's always a middle ground, an optimal ground somewhere in the middle where the customer's lifetime value is maximized. If you really want customers to keep buying again and again, you have to find a sweet spot between a lot of features and a lot less, all right? So, I will give you 2 approaches on how to solve this. Tactical approaches, that means day-to-day, what could you do with your product? And some strategic levers that you could pull so that you can avoid becoming a feature factory. So tactical will have, I'll give you 2 suggestions. One is outcome mindset and feature audit. How many of you are aware of outcome mindset of product? Excellent. I see many hands here. So I would repeating the obvious, but since there are many hands that are not raised, they will find this refreshing. So let's start with outcome mindset. All right. So what is output and what's the difference between output and outcome? All right. Output is how many features did we ship in the last quarter? Okay, that's usually a metric that we measure our success with. Oh, we say, oh, we shipped 25 features in the last quarter. That is a very output mindset driven. An outcome mindset is how many problems did we actually solve for our customers? It's not about shipping features, measuring your success with the number of features shipped, but number of problems solved. Or how much positive impact did you create for the customers? This is the difference between outcome and output. All right, so outcome should always be a healthy best practice for you. So let's begin a scenario. Okay, you're starting to build a feature, and there is a real goal. What is the goal? The goal is that feature should meet the success metrics that it promised for. Every feature promises a certain success metric. All right, so you have defined that success metric, and you're beginning to build that feature towards that success metric. Then what happens? Then you try building it, and then you try building it, and then while you're building it, you are trying to face some obstacles. Obstacles could be technical constraints, it could be some technical debt that you need to resolve first, some people who are maybe leaving in your team. So you battle all these obstacles, and then eventually you reach your real goal. All right? But how many of you are aware that when you ship your first feature, it meets all the success metrics? You are successful the first time you're shipping. I'm sure most of you would agree, the first time when you ship something, you do not meet success. You usually miss it by miles, okay? So this is how the real goal you actually miss by a mile. So if you have missed by a mile, what do? Something is wrong with this. Oops. All right? Say, for example, you missed it here. All right? And then what do? As product managers, what do? You missed it, you are not meeting the success metrics. You iterate, right? You will iterate. You will do some tweaks. You will talk to the customer and then realize, yes, we missed it. So then every feature release has to be iterated to ensure that you go near to your success metrics, and you iterate a little more, and then you realize, we are little further from the success metric. And then eventually, after iterations, you reach your real goal or success metric. How many of you are iterated your feature that after you have shipped? almost everybody. We are not gods, okay? We cannot be successful at the first instant. You have to iterate after listening to the customers. However, many a times, even after iterating, you will never reach the goal because of multiple reasons, right? Reasons could be, maybe your hypothesis was wrong. You are solving the wrong problem. The customers never need it. You are imagining a problem. Maybe we are solving a problem that does not exist. Or there could be 100 other reasons, right? So what do you do when that happens? 99% of the companies don't do anything. They go and build other features. But how many of you have pulled out a feature that did not work for your customers? How many here? Okay, so that means things are getting better. But I know of lots of companies who don't do that, who just live with that feature. What happened with that feature? We don't know. Nobody bothers. Management doesn't bother. You just are excited about building the next set of features. And all the non-performing features are just piling up and accumulating technical debt. So output mindset is when a product manager is only responsible from building to releasing. This is an output. A good product culture will never restrict their product manager from releasing. A good product culture will include iterating till the real goal is met. But I can tell you, I'm happy that there were some raised hands here. Many companies, their product managers do this job, build and release. Nobody is bothered about what's happening on the outcome side. And that's why it's very important that as PMs, we should have, I'm finding this navigation really unwieldy. Thankfully, we make software products, not hardware products. All right, so this is output mindset. And this is outcome mindset. All right, so this comes from Microsoft, okay? Microsoft's partner architect writes, it's humbling to see how bad experts are estimating the value of features, us included. So very humbling to see Microsoft is accepting that they are also make bad decisions. Despite our best efforts and pruning ideas, most fail to show value when evaluated in controlled experiments. The literature is filled with reports that success rates of ideas in the software industry are below 50%. Our experience at Microsoft is no different. Only about a third of ideas improve the metrics they were designed to improve. This comes from Microsoft, this comes from Apple. So if these companies agree that a third are only meeting metrics, 2/3 are not meeting metrics. So that means 2/3 features are waste. Are we doing a good job in removing those features out? So the point I'm trying to make here is more valuable to know that a feature is not performing than to know anything about the feature and let it live, than to not know anything about the feature and let it live in your product. This leads to feature factory. If you, as a product manager, you do not know how is your feature performing, you are a bad product manager, as simple as that. You do not know what the status of a feature is. At least you should know that your feature is non-performing. That is better than not knowing whether a feature is performing or not. All right, so don't be a feature factory. By deciding to pull the feature out, you build a habit to keep your product lean and not feature bloat your product with non-performing features. All right, so moving, I hope some slides don't get missed out. All right, there's a typo here that is outcome mindset, done ritual. I started in one of my companies, TeamViewer, which went public a couple of years ago. I started a ritual called a done ritual. Done ritual helps to ensure that there is an actual process where the outcome mindset is formalized. How do you do it? How do you ensure that the product managers are not let scot-free just by releases, but you hold them accountable that they measure the success of the features and present it to the management. So what we did was we created a portfolio Kanban board, and after a feature is in the wild, that means it is released, we don't say it is done. Done is where they have to report the success of the feature, success or failure of the feature. It need not be successful. We do not say that you should release successful features, but at least you should report. And that's why we created a ritual called a done ritual. And we don't call shipping as done. We call shipping as in the wild. In the wild is when a feature goes out to your customers for the first time. So what we do is we identify the goals in the opportunity assessment, and then we say what was finally achieved. So here is the success metrics, and then there is actually a ritual where you go and present it to the management, talking about what were you promised and what was achieved. And then you identify what were the success metrics, where the success metrics met or not. No, something is wrong. So what happens is, I think the clicker is misbehaving. Okay, so something went wrong. So in this meeting that we have, the done ritual, what we do is we present succeeded or did not succeed. If succeeded, then it's good. If it did not succeed, then you pull out the decision. There is a decision board where you say you pull out the feature from the product, and you make it transparent to your management team to pull out that feature. The second one is present real customer testimonials. That means you gather direct feedback from customers, feedback from sales and business development. I was struggling on a wrong slide. So here you said, if success metrics not met, what are the next steps? Either you iterate or you pull out the feature. So this is what the done ritual is. It is easy to just ship a feature. It is difficult to follow through to measure the success of a feature. Done ritual ensures there is enough rigor. There has to be rigor, otherwise your PMs will go scot-free. Okay, I talked about first tactical approach. Let's talk about the second tactical approach, which is the feature audit. How many of you do feature audits of your product? When I say feature audit, that means you know that we have 25 features, out of which 10 are high performing, 15 are low performing, few are we do not know. You do feature audit. Very good. That it's a very good practice to have feature audits. So feature audit is, you know, not all your features are used by all your customers all the time. Feature audits take stock of your features, adoption and usage. So this graphic comes from a company that I'm forgetting the name now. So we started using this. So it's a 2x2 matrix wherein you lay out all the prominent features of your product on this canvas, where you say few people use it, some people use it, most people use it, all. Few people use it little time, some of the time, most of the time, all of the time. Okay? You put it on your canvas. What are the features that all of the people use it all the time? Login credential. You have to log in, okay? If there is no single sign-on. So login is a feature. All of the people have to use it all the time. Similarly, you just put your features here, and then you see how do they stack up. So anything that is used by few people all the time and all the people all the time, they are important. That's why it's starred. For a product manager, for a CEO of a startup or any company, usually they think that all their features are like this. But you know, the reality is very different. The reality is many of the features are like this. Okay, there are some features which are used maximum. There are some features which are not used at all. This is the reality. So what do you do with the feature audit? With the feature audit, you clearly have transparency on how your features are. Then you make one of these decisions. Either you kill that feature, if nobody is using it none of the time, let's kill it. Or let's increase the adoption rate, or increase the frequency. That means frequency is known, and then deliberately improve it. You make these decisions. Yes. Say that again. Increasing the frequency is people are using it once and they come after 6 months. So you want them to, so if it's a B2C product, you want them to use because you want to have habit-forming features. All right? They use it more of the time. Say, for example, if you're buying in Amazon, you want them to buy more. That's why you send them emails saying that, hey, you know what, you bought this. Why don't you come again? You have not bought anything for the last 6 months. So that's about frequency, because that's how you will form habit. Otherwise, people will forget your product. Okay? So next one is, so I talked about tactical, what you could do on a daily basis. Now let's think about some strategic approaches. So how many of you know about this product life cycle curve? Almost everybody, I'm hoping. So what happens is the product life cycle curve for any startup really starts smoothly there. If you are really lucky, you would go to the growth phase, and eventually, just like life, we all grow old. Just like life, product also has a life cycle which will eventually hit maturity, and then in all likelihood goes decline. We as product managers, our responsibility is that we should prevent our products from going decline. That's why you have S curves. This is an S curve, you have different S curves. That's where you add growth to your products. And in all likelihood, your feature factory is towards maturity. It's a successful product. You have a lot of developers. You have to keep them busy. You have to give them salaries. So you justify it by building features after features after features. And that's why feature factory happens there. So when you start a company or a product, it always starts in a niche where you're solving a very small core problem. And then with time, you build more features. It becomes more. It becomes big. And then what happens? It becomes a feature factory, because it has today, after 5 years, it has become, yeah, let me know how many more minutes, okay? One more minute? Okay. So it becomes feature factory, all things to all people. So the strategy is, don't let your product becomes everything to everybody. And the way to do that is segment your customers based on needs and unbundle your product based on the segment. All right, so what happens there? I'll just quickly, this is important. Yeah, so there is a very good book, Monetizing Innovation by Madhavan Ramanujan. It actually clearly tells you how you should unbundle your product after it becomes feature heavy. So I met Tony Ulvik a couple of years ago. Tony Ulvik has written a very good book, Jobs to be Done. He's again a very, very respected person. I met him in Munich when I was there. So these two books are really good on how to segment your product and unbundle them, and how to extend the growth curves so that it does not die. Okay. So this is an example. In TeamViewer, what we had was, because we had become everything to everybody, we had become very expensive to our customers. And some of our competitors on the right-hand side, they were solving very narrow niche problems, and they were disrupting the industry, and they were taking away our business because we had become way too big, and customers wanted small features, so they went to our customers. And that's why what we did, we actually did the innovator's dilemma. We segmented all these based on the use cases and segments, and we created a product. I wish this was better. So what we did was, we actually unbundled our product, which has become feature factory, and we converted them into one seat and one session only on narrow use cases. And we prevented that from happening, and we also were competitive to smaller competitors who were taking away our business. This is the last slide. I'm recommending a few books that will be very helpful for you if you are looking at preventing your products from becoming feature factories. Monetizing Innovation, Innovator's Dilemma, Jobs to be Done, Badass Making Use Awesome, and Obviously Awesome. Thank you. I was hurried in the last 5 minutes, but I hope this was helpful. Thank you so much. Yes. Any audience questions, please? This is the most difficult part. Yes, happy to take any questions. Either everything was clear, like crystal clear in your mind, or nothing was clear. So these are the two scenarios when you will never have questions. Yes, please. Let's have the lady first, and then maybe you can introduce yourself and then your question.
Thank you very much. The presentation was very clear, and I enjoyed it. I just wanted to say that my favorite product is Google Maps. It has a lot of features, and sometimes it's good if your product is mature to allow the users to turn it off, everything you are distracted of. So maybe what you can comment on this?
That you would wish you want to turn off all the features that you're not using, which Maps does not do, or does it do well? do modify it. No, completely, I completely agree with you, and that's why you will find that there are some companies which already do that. Okay, so that you have your own view, your own dashboard, and that dashboard is completely customized. So I think it was not a question, it was a comment, but a good comment. I completely agree with you. Yes.
Thank you. Hi, Ravi. That was a nice talk. I also do this feature audit with my product, so I try to kill some features, not to get all the market. But then I'm thinking, what do you think about in Tencent, in Asia? They have this app, WeChat, which is the all-app chat.
Super app.
That's it. So they have like pictures, Instagram, you can shop, you can buy there, you can play video games in there, you can video call. So what do you think is the secret?
So I would never want to comment on WeChat because they're so successful and they have cracked the code without overwhelming the user. They have built, it's called a super app, and there are so many copies of super app. And that's a very, very good question. I've never worked in a super app. I've always worked in a narrow value proposition or a narrow use cases. But I'm sure they have cracked the code wherein. Do you have any examples here in Europe that you have used, which is also a equivalent of a super app? Can you, like for example, Amazon today sells everything to me. It's sort of a feature-heavy product, but and she mentioned about Google Maps. Same is the case with me. Even though Google Maps offers a lot, I only use 5% of Google Maps. Yeah. So it is about the comfort of you on where you are, so that the other features that are non-relevant for you as a person, you just ignore it. As long as they're not disrupting your interaction with the product, you just ignore it. And maybe there are other personas who might find that more useful, and maybe you can create it dynamically with the usage of the product, that if you use a certain feature, that should appear. That's very personalized feature, so that is something we could, but I've never worked in a super app, but that's a very good question. We could ask somebody from WeChat. Any other questions?
Thanks.
Last one. Okay, there's the gentleman there.
Hey, thank you very much for the chat, and it was very refreshing, to be honest. Just a simple question: how do you balance? Because we know that a feature factory is very appealing for the sales. How do you balance, and do you have any advice on balancing that sales versus product fight? And in addition, when you're dissecting and you're offering different parallels for specific use cases, how does that impact the validation of the features and achieving 100% testing coverage?
Yeah, so sales conversation is always very tricky, and when I started my career, I always used to blame the salespeople, but over years, I have realized to respect salespeople, because even though we try to be close to the customers, but sales are even more closer to the customers, so they have a more nuanced view of what the customers want. But sometimes you also need to have awareness of what is the intent of sales, because sometimes sales want to promise to close a sale. They do not have strategic view on what the future would look like for your product. So once you have this conversation with sales, because if they are under immense pressure to close that sale, then they are making the wrong decisions, because they just want to grab that customer and they are promising some features which is strategically, you have, as a product guy, you have to protect your product strategy. So again, it is case to case basis. If you hear him out, because you are objective, there is no pressure for you. You can be really objective and call out the bullshit when the sales says that no, this is very important, but it is not part of it. So it's very objective. Okay, you have to say. For your second question, which is could you repeat your second question, by the way? Test coverage, right? So test coverage is again, if you do not have a good test coverage, you are again accumulating a lot of technical debt. So primarily it is for you and your testing team to ensure, okay, what is a good test coverage and optimal test coverage around 70% for before you become a feature factory is how I would see is an optimal coverage. But again, your questions are very, very objective in terms of that scenario, particular scenario and the product. So I hope you got my answers. All right, so thank you again for your time. This was very, very helpful for me as well from all the questions that you got. And if you really want to connect with me, please connect on LinkedIn. Yours Productly is my search handle. You can search for me and you can find me there. Thank you again. Completely forgot my other role. I'm also the moderator. Okay. Good. So our next speaker is Nikita Lebedov. Nikita is head of product at InDrive, and he's going to give us a talk on financial metrics and analysis for product managers. So Nikita, the stage is yours.
Yeah, thanks. Hi. Yeah, cool. How are y'all doing? Good? Tired? Okay, hope not. Yeah, nice, it works. Yeah, so hi, I'm Nikita. You can call me Nick, or whatever you want. I'm a head of product at the company called InDrive. I'm going to tell you today about the financial metrics and the financial analysis for product managers. But before that, I'm going to tell you a few things about InDrive. So InDrive is a global ride-hailing business. We are present in more than 700 cities, 700 cities, 47 countries, and we're doing more than 4 million deals or rides per day. We are one of the most downloaded apps, ride-hailing apps in the world. You can see us being there in the top 2, top 3 in terms of the monthly app downloads. And here are the cities we are in. So if you're ever in one of those, countries, if you're ever in one of those countries, so give us a shot, write a feedback, try us out. So today we're going to talk about the financial statements, and we're going to focus on what type of financial statements we can use as product managers, how to read the main one, which is a spoiler, a P&L, and an income statement. Then we'll go through the main P&L metrics, and then we'll focus just a bit on the valuation, what it is and how to use it. So why is it important? Yeah, so now the era of cheap money is over. You have to think about how to get and earn money. So since the companies start focusing more on cash generation and profit generation, and since the investment climate is not that good, it becomes poor. So you have to think about it as a product manager as well. The more senior you become, you interact more with C-level managers and with investors, and they do speak slightly different language than we do on a regular basis, on a daily basis. So you have to know when they say something, what it means. And the last one, is I think this is a great tool to stand out amongst other product managers in terms of your career inside the company, outside the company, whatever. It's just a great thing. It's just a great thing to think about. So the most important type of financial statements we're usually using as a product manager is a P&L or an income statement. P&L stands for profit and loss statement, apparently. There are 2 more which are less important, the cash flow statement and the balance sheet. We're not going to talk about them today, but you can, take a photo, maybe then Google what it means and how to use it, but we'll focus now on the income statement. So how to read the P&L or an income statement? Simple as that. So you have the top line, which is basically how much money do you earn. This is the revenue. Then you have the costs, how much money do you spend on something. And then you have the profit, how much money is left. This is basically the bottom line, as it refers to. This is same as individuals' monthly income. Yeah, you get your salary, you get your paycheck every month. Then you pay the mortgage, you buy some stuff. Then you have some money left at the end of the month. That's basically your profit, and the revenue is basically your paycheck. Yeah, it's just quite simple. So the structure of a typical P&L is the following. You have the revenue as a top line, as I've said previously. Then you have the cost of revenue. Basically, this is the amount of money you spend to produce or acquire a good or a service, whatever you do, whatever you sell, whatever you provide to your clients. Then revenue minus the cost of revenue is gross profit. Yeah, this is basically markup on the good and the service that you're making. For example, if you're selling clothes, the gross profit of your clothes is going to be a markup, yeah? So you can imagine those gross profits of the fashion brands, what kind of a markup they have on the clothes they do. So yeah, this is like that. And the gross profit minus the operating cost, which is the next line, is an operating profit. And operating cost is basically all the operating, all the costs that you spend in order to operate. This is basically payroll, marketing, rent, etc. All of those things. Operating profit minus all other costs and taxes is basically the net profit. And about the other costs and taxes, this is everything that's not included in the operating costs. This is basically any interest charges that you have, any taxes, any additional costs that are not included in the operating costs. Yeah, then you have the revenue, which is the top line, the middle line, which is basically an operating profit, and the bottom line, which is net profit. So where to get one? If you're a private company, you're looking for young companies P&L, you have to ask your finance folks. You probably have to convince them because they'd be like, yeah, has a lot of sensitive information is there. I'm not going to share it, blah, blah, blah. But you have to be, you have to say what you're going to use it, what you're going to do with it. So just, use your sharp and maybe some arguments why do you really need it. If you're looking for your competitors, P&L, if it's a private company, you probably won't find any. There are some legal resources to do that, but I'm not going to suggest them now because the information there could not be really trustworthy. But yeah, you can come up with something. You can come up with even an estimation of the P&L of this company's P&L. But then again, that's a different topic and different exercise. If your company and your competitor is a public company, they will probably have an investor relations part in their website. So you're just gonna go there. It looks like this. An example for Amazon, you're going to find any financial statement, any quarterly announcement, whatever they have is going to be there. And you can download it, look at it online, whatever. And usually the P&L looks like this. This is a real life example from Amazon's, it's called a 10K report, an annual report. Basically you see there's a top line revenue, the middle line operating income, and the bottom line, which is net income or net profit, whatever you call it. So, coming to the main P&L metrics. Basically, the first one we start. Oh, sorry, yeah, always forget about this part. This is very important because if this is very important especially when you participate in budget or resource allocation meetings. Because if one product manager is saying, "Hey, I'm going to earn this much money for the company with this amount of cost or with this amount of resources," it sounds better and convincing when you say, "Hey, I'm going to increase this conversion rate by 2 percentage points or 20 percentage points, and I need 2 senior software engineers." It doesn't make sense for a lot of people, and mostly some of these C-level managers and investors are not that into much details of what's happening in the company. So they think in terms of this top line, bottom line thing. So you have to speak the same language as they do. And ideally, you need your own financial model for your product stream, whatever. And the P&L is one of the main inputs to this financial model. So yeah, the first one is a GMV. Basically, this is a quantity sold or services sold multiplied by the price. The example being for Amazon, this is basically value of all goods sold, and for InDrive, this is the value of all rides done. Sometimes GMV equals revenue. For example, almost for all of the SaaS companies or for your local fruit market or fruit shop, whatever, yeah, they don't have a GMV as a metric. They would probably have just the revenue. This is just the amount of money that were influenced that influenced the company. So how can you use it as a product manager? Yeah, you can calculate the GMV of your product or of your company and compare it to the whole market. That's a good question, how to identify the market GMV. Yeah, you can probably Google it, you can estimate it, but that's a different topic. Just as of now, try to come up with something via open search. Yeah, use Google, use some probably research portals that you have. Then again, if you have any investment, finance, strategic department, ask them. They're probably going to have those numbers. And then you can see, is there any potential upside? Can you grow the GMV and get some more market share? Is the market saturated? Is the most of the market distributed between a lot of players, or just like top 2, top 3 main players? Maybe you need a new product for a new market. Maybe you already took, 80% of the market, and you just need to come up with something new, and you don't have to invest in the current product anymore. The second line is basically revenue. As I told you before, for some of the companies, this is basically just amount of things sold, yeah? Then again, any SaaS company probably. Or if we're saying that we have a GMV, then the revenue would be GMV multiplied by the take rate, which is basically a percentage commission, which we take of each ride or deal or whatever. So example, for the Rightmove in the UK, basically a real estate classified. This is amount paid for all the premium listings, basically like a subscription, for getting your listing to the top of the page. And for us, this is GMV multiplied by the commission. For us, I'm in the InDrive. Just InDrive, sorry. So how to use it? You can calculate the revenue of your product stream, of your company, whatever you're responsible for, and compare it to the market volume and the revenue of your competitors. Like what's the total market in terms of the revenue. Then again, how to estimate it, you can Google it, try to use any research portals, use the market sizing exercises, but this is a different topic. Just assume that you probably find something in the open search or from someone in your company, and see you get to ask more detailed questions. Is there any potential upside in the revenue? Is the upside in the quantity solved? Is the upside in the users you acquire or you retain? Is the upside in the price increase? So what's in there? What do you really can you contribute to the revenue via your product? Is there any possibility to do so? That's a good questions to ask yourself when you calculate your revenue for your company, your product stream. So the next one is the profit. This is basically the revenue minus all costs. Simple as that. The example for the Volt company, delivery company owned by DoorDash. This is basically revenue minus all costs on delivery, payroll, marketing, all those sort of things. How to use it? You calculate the profit, the net income for your company, your product stream. You see, are you making any economic sense currently, or do you need to make any profit right now? Do you need to make this economic sense, or you have cash resources to burn some money to get the market volume and then start making profit? So that's a good question to ask. Do you have the ability to raise a new round, or as I told you, those cash resources? And how do you plan your backlog accordingly? Like, do you focus on the bottom line, on optimization of the costs to get the profit margin finally? Earn some money of your product stream, or this is not the goal now? So basically, raise the hand. For example, in your company, what are you currently doing? Are you optimizing both the top line and the bottom line, or just one thing? Probably didn't get my question. So are you focusing in your company in growing both the revenue and the profit, or just one thing? Or you're not focusing on those things at all? Okay. I hope you're just doing one thing then. Okay, cool. Moving on to the costs. The costs, you can break them down, generally into two parts. The first one is the variable cost. The ones that basically depend on how much services or goods you've sold in the previous period. So this is basically the fulfillment and delivery payroll. Simple as that. The more you fulfill, the more you deliver. The more you pay for the delivery guys, the more you use for the warehouses, and that's it. And the fixed ones is they don't depend on the volume sold or on the services that you provided. This is basically the product manager's payroll, for example. They usually don't care how did the company did in the previous months. They still get the paycheck. But this is the main breakdown of the cost that you probably see in the P&L or anywhere else. How to use it? You can calculate costs for your company, for your product stream, and compare profitability. Basically the revenue minus fixed and variable costs, to the market normal or the market average, and see how it works. Are you making any profit after variable costs, and do you need to make any? And what about the fixed one? Is there any profit left after all the fixed costs? And how can you allocate resources between those parts of the P&L? And how to plan your backlog, as we discussed previously, what to focus on, what to impact more, the variable or the fixed costs. Sorry. It always goes further than I wanted to. Sorry. One more. This one, EBITDA. Great. EBITDA stands for earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization. It's one of the main metrics in the P&L. It's similar to operating income. And there's a thing called EBITDA margin, which is basically EBITDA divided by the revenue. This is the percentage of EBITDA that is left in the revenue after all the costs, after you have excluded all the costs. There are differences in how the companies calculate EBITDA, but 90% of the companies agree on how to do that, so you can compare the numbers between each other. And the second point is there are sometimes they calculate the so-called adjusted EBITDA. They adjust it for some kind of a one-off costs. For example, if there's a layoff, they're going to pay the severance package. They probably include it in the one-off cost because they, hopefully they weren't going to do it every month. This is just the one-off cost. So, for example, for Amazon, EBITDA is basically the revenue minus all the costs except taxes, interest, and depreciation and amortization. For interest, interest charges is basically everything that is connected to the banks or any credit organizations that you have, the percentage that you pay. Taxes, you probably know what it is. Depreciation is and amortization, basically similar things, but these are just not to go into much details. For example, if you buy a building and you bought it for $100, you won't probably sell it in the 5 years for the same amount of money. So you have to take some cut of it each period, each year, or each month because the building depreciates. Yeah, it deteriorates with time. There's people living in there, and yeah, it happens sometimes. So this is the type of cost that you don't include in the EBITDA metric. So how to use it? You can calculate your product, your company, your product stream, operating or EBITDA margin and compare it to the industry average. Then you have to estimate it, Google it, find it for somebody else. But you should definitely find it because you need to compare those numbers. And then you see, is there any difference that you can explain? Maybe your competitors or comparable companies make more in terms of EBITDA margin. What are they doing differently, different from you? Maybe they are allocating costs somehow that you don't see. And maybe they have more margin than you, or maybe you have more margin than them, which means that you probably not spend enough resources on growth. Maybe you can do that and increase then again the top line that we talked about. So there are interesting things that you can look deeper into when you calculate those things. So some examples from my experience. I usually prioritize 100% of my backlog based on the P&L metrics. For example, the discovery and the prioritization of delivery backlog in the Clean where I worked was 100% based on those metrics. And I also like doing competitive landscape research based on the publicly available companies. For example, while I work in Yandex services, I basically studied the similar company to what was I was working to what was I work to the Yandex services basically, yeah. And I saw I used those numbers as an input for a financial model that I used for my product stream. This is basically allowed me to say, hey, we're doing this and that. There's a similar company to us. They're this big in 3 years from now on, and this is what we're going to do to, in order to achieve this this much market volume, this market share with this profitability. There are some things. Yeah. So what you can do with it now? You can ask for your company's P&L. I told you how to do it. Then you can study the main lines and make sure you know what's there, what lies in those lines. You can see how you can contribute with your product enhancement to this P&L. Okay, so you're driving the conversions rates up. What happens? Does the revenue go up? Yeah, probably. But do you really need to focus on it? Maybe you have to focus on the profitability, on the bottom line. And calculate uplifts using the metrics that you're going to change with your product, and how will it impact the P&L on its own. Yeah. So as I told you, you're decreasing the cost per order for your support part of the product. It decreases the costs, maybe the variable, maybe the fixed one. How will it increase the net profit or the EBITDA? And then again, going back to the previous slides, you really need to focus on it. Do you have any potential in those numbers? So yeah, that's a good exercise. You have to study more yourself, actually. Yeah, I've been in this for some time. Still a lot to cover. So there's things like contribution margin. There's things like EBIT and other financial metrics. Many more of those. The ones that I haven't covered today are probably. A few hours won't be enough. So yeah, you can go deeper into those things and hit me up on LinkedIn or Facebook, whatever. If you have any questions. Then basics of valuation. The last thing that I want to touch on. it's important because the investors and C-level managers, they usually think in terms of the company's value. Yeah, they tend to maximize the company's value. It's important to know, to understand what it means, how you as a product manager can impact this process and figure. And the last one is the senior you become, the more your own motivation lies in the company's value, including, IPO, you can get a stock option with your offer, and then you wait for an IPO, and you have to understand what it means, for a company value to be then publicly traded somewhere else. So the right answer to how to value a company is basically, what are we doing? Are we selling or are we buying? Because the value of a company is how much money the buyer is willing to pay, and that's it. There's of course math, there are formulas, there are financial models, but the main answer to this question is this. Company is what means to have a company is basically everything that you can include there. This could be tech, audience, team, any facilities that's there in place, whatever. But it depends on what kind of company you're looking for. If it's a SaaS company, so the computers that the engineers are working on are probably not worth valuing, right? This is nothing. The most important thing is the tech, the team itself, the audience, the clients on this company. And if you're buying a factory, then probably the facilities, are more important than the computers, then again, or the tech that is used in this factory. So it depends. There are two main ways to value a company. The first one is based on the free cash flow. The free cash flow, as of now, is just EBITDA. The one we talked before is a proxy to this free cash flow. It's a bit different, but you can think of those things as being one-to-one, like similar metrics. And this is basically how much money will the company generate in the future if you buy it today. You just see how much money it will make up to, 20, 30, and then you just take all those free cash flow and say, yes, this is how much money the company will cost in X years. And the second method is based on similar companies. For example, if you were working in a taxi company, you see that Uber went public, or perhaps was acquired by or any kind of Uber acquired some kind of a local taxi company. You can say, hey, they acquired this taxi company for this amount of money, and usually take this amount of money, divide it by that company's EBITDA or whatever metric you want to use, and then you say, hey, the company was bought for twice the EBITDA or 4 times the EBITDA, and you multiply this number to your own EBITDA or your own metric, and you get the value of the company. It could be confusing, but then you can just, if you want to go deeper, you can Google this method called comparable companies or traded companies and see, or precedent transaction, as it's called. There's going to be more on the name of the method. It's basically you just compare your own company to the ones that were previously acquired or went public. And you have to remember that valuation is more art than science. There are maths, there are formulas, but you have to apply your own judgment. Examples of practical use, basically while working in clean, then we realized we need to break even in order to raise a new round. That's why we reprioritized all the product enhancements that were there in the backlog in order to be able to raise this round, in order to be able to still be working for some time. And what you can do with it, you can ask your CEO, CFO, founder, whatever you have there, what's your current goal? Is this to raise a new round? Is this to allocate allocate existing resources? What is it that you're going to do now? And ask what's your burn rate, if there is any, and understand how can you plan your backlog, basically according to this goal. Either this is a raising a new round or allocating the existing resources. There's something to study more yourself. There's a burn multiple metric, and a really important one, the one that everybody's looking into now. You can study what it is and what's the normal rates for your business, for your type of company. And the last one is financial modeling as a tool, as a topic for you as a product manager. You can definitely Google it and see what's in there and how to use it. And that's it. This is our blog. Subscribe and read, share, and hit me up on LinkedIn if you want to ask any questions. I'll be happy to answer any questions you have now. So thanks a lot.
Hello. Thank you very much for very insightful speech. I have 2.5 questions. First, you were saying about comparing your own financial statements with competitors, with public companies, private companies. Question. Have you had any insights from comparing that financial statistics with competitors? And if yes, how do you do it with the private ones?
Yeah, so the slide and the example, like practical use, basically, if the company is publicly traded, especially in the US, they have the so-called the 10K statement, which is an annual report, like a huge one, like 100 pages. You get details of every cost they have there. You just go there and spend all the weekends that you have, all your free time, and just understand what's there. And then compare it to your own business. See, oh, they're spending, I don't know, 20% of their revenue into selling and marketing expenses. This is payroll of salespeople. Oh, I'm not using any salespeople. Oh, maybe I'm missing something. That's like one of the ways to think about it. But this is if the company is publicly traded. If it's a private company, depends on the country where the company is. If it's some Eastern European countries or even somewhere in the West, there are services that aggregate all the data, and you would have like a high-level understanding of what's their financial law, the top line, the middle line, and the bottom line. But then it depends case by case. You have to Google what kind of a country you're looking for and what kind of a, what kind of a jurisdiction the company is situated in. And then, yeah. So you have any particular case, we can discuss it in more details if you want to. But that's usually, for private companies, this is just luck if you find something. Even though, then again, it's very important, those services are not really trustworthy because there's no any procedures how to report for, for the being public company in the US. It's all 100%. You have to be 100% compliant, and there's a special procedure to do that. For a private company, there is no. So, yeah.
Yeah, so my last question then. If you're a private company, you have basically only your own financial statement, which you can trust. You were talking about, like, you can look at it and search for upside somehow, and you can't compare it with your competitors because you're private, right? So how do you understand where is upside?
Yeah, because you have to definitely do some kind of estimation of the market and of your private competitors as well. So basically, because I worked as a financial analyst for some time, and basically, even though you're working with a private company that's, want to be acquired by someone, you still do the research, you still do the estimation. Of course, it's not going to be 100% accurate. And of course, you're going to make some mistakes while doing that. But ballpark understanding of what's the market and what's the competition in the market in terms of the numbers, not just the way the product works, gives a lot of impact and gives a lot of, insights. And then again, it's not only estimation by your own, you can always hire some consultants to do that, to do the market sizing exercise in any country. You can buy some research reports that probably some of those can have this information. You can, if the company that you work in is big and you have some kind of a strategic or even an M&A department, that would, might help with that as well because they aggregate a lot of data. So there are some ways to estimate this market potential. And of course, when you're looking in your P&L solely, you won't make much insights. But you definitely need to look some external data, like the market data or your competitors' data. Even though they're private, even though this is an estimation, there's still some figures-to-figures comparison. Yeah. See, any more questions?
Thank you for presentation, and my question about risks. Do you have in your financial model some risks, and especially technical risks, because we're talking about digital products? Big companies suffer from securities, from performance losses, and so on and so on. So where can we find it, or how we can manage this?
Yeah, that's a good question. The fair answer is that you will probably have to have a separate model to account for that. Because the financial model is quite a strategic level type of thing. You would have like a large top line there, and for example, the growth of this revenue. This would somehow account for the performance loss, but you wouldn't have like a factor saying, hey, performance loss, the revenue doesn't grow this much, and it grows lower than that. So the answer is you probably need to have a separate operating it's usually called model, with your own like sales prediction or whatever you have in your company, which accounts for this type of risks. Because in the financial model, they're like the original one, usually the ones that investors use, there are some like measures for the risk, but they're a bit different. They're bigger. They're usually the market risk, the competition risks, the inside of the company risks, but this aggregates everything, including even, I don't know, if the velocity of your teams is not high as you expect, and you just don't deliver this much features and this much projects that you expect them to do. But this is all, just in one figure in this financial model is just too wide to account for all of the type of risks. So I would suggest you just have your separate calculations for that. And maybe, of course, you have some kind of a large financial model, say, hey, you can use those inputs for your financial model because I calculated some risks and some losses from that as well. So yeah, hope that answers, yeah. Yeah, any more questions? Oh, there's a lady.
Not me. I'm just looking for Elena as our next speaker. Is Elena here? You're Elena. Cool. I was just looking for you.
I'm ready to answer any questions if you have, or I can go. Whatever you say. You're in charge.
Yeah. So one more question, maybe. I think the lady is waiting there. So, and then we move to the next speaker.
Thank you for the presentation. You told that you use P&L for prioritization of the features. Could you give a specific example how you transfer the features into real money, how you make this prediction, or at least how the process looks like?
Yeah, of course. Let's say you're a SaaS company and you have a user. Then you have a new user and the retained user. And then, for example, for the new user, you have 5 big hypotheses about attracting new users, which, I don't know, for some reason have a higher average order value and higher amount of money they spend on your product. And then you just model it. You say, hey, this hypothesis will give me this uplift in the number of new users, which will give this amount of new money in my company. Just basically multiplying 2 things, right? And then you add it to the P&L, because you usually have the baseline prediction of the P&L. If you're not doing anything, the company is performing like 1, 2, 3, 4, and then. Because the market is growing, you have some retention, which is there, you have some organic growth and stuff. But as a product manager, you're trying to think out of the box and get some new hypothesis. So you would just add those numbers to the P&L from those new users that you have attracted via new features that you've tried. And those new users, as I told you, they have their own revenue, this incremental revenue. They will certainly have their incremental costs because, for example, you would need more software engineers in order to do that feature. So you would add those to the costs as well, and this will result in higher EBITDA or a profit, whatever you're calculating. So yeah, hope that helps with an example of new users. Yeah, you can try to find any kind of a financial model template in the internet, or ask me if you want me. I can share the ones that I use. There's a clear way on how to use those incremental figures for your baseline P&L forecast. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you, Nikita.
Yeah,
Thank
cool.
you for your time.
Thank you.
I hope you enjoyed Nikita's talk, and to proceed, we'll have our next speaker, Elena Mentral. Elena is going to be talking about privacy by design, operationalizing privacy principles from the get-go. So, Elena, stage is yours.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. So today I'm going to talk about privacy by design as a concept that helps you operationalize privacy principles from the get-go, so from the beginning of your design process. If I can get this to move. No? Help? Oh, right. Here we go. So a little bit of background so you can understand the context in which I'm talking. I am a lawyer and I specialize in European data protection regulation. So today I will be talking to you mostly about European issues, which you might be aware of as the General Data Protection Regulation, so the GDPR. But a lot of what we're going to discuss is applicable generally under other regimes relevant to data protection as well. In terms of the background that I come from, I advise both like tech companies and also the clients of those tech companies. So mostly SaaS and the clients of those SaaS companies. So that is the context in which I will be giving my examples and the kind of issues that we come across. So probably a good place to start is, what is privacy by design, since we're going to be talking about it today? I'd like to start off basically with an example. So we'll often have a discussion. We're supporting a corporate client that wants to onboard a SaaS provider. And they will bring us on board and we'll be having this discussion just to figure out if there's privacy compliance within the proposed product. So we start with the questions like, do you have a privacy notice? And then we'll get a privacy notice and maybe it's a little bit generic or we're not entirely sure if they copied it from somewhere. We're like, okay, all right, we'll see. And then we start asking questions. For example, so where does your data sit? Do you know exactly where your data sits? Do you know who has access to your data? Do you know why they need access to your data? And often we struggle to get answers from the provider on this. And then there's a scramble, of course, to make the relevant patches and make the relevant protections, put the relevant protection into the product. But the truth is, you can't really do it after. You can't really patch it up afterwards. So this is what privacy by design essentially talks about. It basically tells you that you need to be including privacy principles and privacy protections into your building process so that, let's call it compliance, but the point is protection of privacy data is baked into your product. It thinks on its own about how to protect that data. It knows what it holds, why it holds it, who it gives access to, who it shouldn't give access to, and so on. So the key point is that you need to be doing this from the beginning and also on an ongoing basis throughout the life cycle of your product to make sure that it comes full cycle and you protect the data in the way that you need to be doing that. I mentioned earlier, so I will be talking mostly about European data protection regulation, but it really is relevant globally because it really converges on the same issues at the end of the day when it comes to how you operationalize and implement these protections. Right. So I also like to talk a little bit about why it's relevant and where it is coming from in the wider context, socially, within our communities, and so on. So the answer to that is the fact that data protection is very politically charged. It really is something that governments are looking at. It's something that people are very sensitive about. To what extent does the government have your data? To what extent does the involvement of other governments influence what's going on in other countries, and so on? So two very nice examples is, how many of you have heard about the spat going between, for TikTok, between the US and China? Hands up. Yeah, so it's pretty intense, right? Someone threatening to ban you from operating in a country just because you're Chinese and they're concerned you're sharing data with the Chinese government. So that's one very dramatic example. And of course, the other very dramatic example is during the elections where Trump won, Cambridge Analytica, which of course there was a very, very serious backlash to the fact that someone was using Facebook data, which you don't expect to be using Facebook data for someone to convince you to vote for someone in particular. It was, again, a very, very big scandal at the time. So all of this is possible because people were mining personal data. And that is why the response to that from a data protection perspective is highly relevant, highly political. It is, of course, impossible not to talk about the fines that have been going on in Europe. So these are the top 5 fines since the introduction of the GDPR. And these are basically just under 2 billion if you add them up, just these 5 fines. So we can see that privacy regulators are really showing their teeth when it comes to basically threatening people that they need to comply. I think it's important, though, to note that it's one thing when we're talking about, big tech, the Googles and the Amazons and so on, but then that is just the beginning. It's just the first people that they had to focus on because they're the biggest providers. They're the strongest, let's say, influencers of whether this is going to be serious or not. It is a matter of time, though, before it spills over to the rest of us in the community. So the total fine since the beginning of the GDPR has been 3 billion, and you can see that chart over there. So 2 billion was those top 5 fines. That means 1 billion spread across everyone else. And this is just in the first 5 years of the GDPR, when regulators were basically understaffed. They were getting to grips with what they need to do. They didn't have the resources. They didn't have the systems in place to implement supervision properly. So it is really just a matter of time for enforcement on a bigger scale to begin. So turning now to why this is relevant to you as developers, as product managers, and so on. Well, the message is basically that privacy is here to stay. It's not a fad. It's not something they're going to get over soon as it goes away. So I really like giving these 2 examples. The one is anti-money laundering. About a decade and a bit ago, anti-money laundering meant just typing a couple of pages about how you do KYC on people, dumping it in a drawer, and then never looking at it again. Today, it's a whole different story. Today, you're looking at tech solutions, you're looking at entire departments, you're looking at compliance telling management, no, you're not going to do that. And this was nobody expected this at the time when it emerged, when people first started talking about AML. This wasn't in their minds, and yet here we are. A more recent example is email spam. How many of you received the barrage of emails asking you to consent when the GDPR first came out in 2018? Hands up. Yeah. Do you remember also before that, though, when you were trying to unsubscribe and then they would keep sending you emails and you were like, please stop sending me emails? Yeah, hands up. So that stopped within 6 months from the GDPR. If that could happen across all the marketing that was happening in Europe, globally, and so on, in 6 months, and that was before they started imposing fines, then I think we get an idea of what we should be expecting for the broader implementation of data protection regulation more generally. I think it's useful at this point to just mention to who the EU rules apply. So the one is, if you are in the EU, if you're based in the EU, it applies to your products and your organization more generally. Even if you're not in the EU, but you're targeting Europeans, it applies to you too. And as far as SaaS and similar service providers are concerned, it's important to understand that it applies independently to your clients. And we'll talk about why that's important, because basically they take on your privacy risk. So if your product is not compliant, they are taking on that risk. And that is a factor that they have to look at when choosing a provider. So what is the privacy challenge when we're looking at our product? The one is future-proof your product. Given that we see now it's not going to go away, it's going to become bigger and more important, then you should start your design process. Any design process that you're doing now should be taking privacy into account, because it is a matter of time before it is a problem commercially as well for your product. It will not be an option for you to not be taking data protection into account. And secondly, of course, you protect your organization, because as we saw, and they are taking enforcement seriously, the privacy regulator taking enforcement seriously, and therefore it is also an issue of protecting your company from that kind of, consequences, essentially. The key point, though, is we're talking about tech products, and there's no one in the back end clicking some buttons, say, oh, delete this, or oh no, this one should be masked, or yeah, this guy, let's go manually into the systems and delete his stuff because he has it. It's not manual. So it is not really possible to do it as an afterthought. It needs to be built into your process in order for it to work on its own, to think on its own, and implement these requirements on its own. And that is kind of what privacy by design is. It's basically a conceptual roadmap on what kind of principles you need to be keeping in mind to actually see that through and add it to your process. I want to take just a couple of minutes to go through some basic concepts when we talk about personal data protection and what does it include. And the reason is to visualize a process for protecting personal data and implementing privacy, we need to understand some key points. And I'm going to talk about a few pain points that we often have conversations with clients here. So starting from the top, what counts as personal data? Sometimes we say, oh, but we don't hold personal data. All we collect is, I don't know, their IP address. the IP address is personal data. So the point is any information that you hold which allows you to identify a natural person, that counts as personal data. So it's not just names, emails, phones. There really is a very wide group of that. So I have here just a few examples. If you want, I don't know, we can circulate them later if it's any use. And then, what counts as processing? Another usual answer. But we don't process data. All we do is store it. Yes, storing is also processing. If you can access it, if you hold it, basically within your organization, then you're processing data and it counts. It doesn't matter if you're not actually doing anything with it. Then controllers versus processors. I mentioned earlier that SaaS providers, basically the clients of SaaS providers take on the privacy risk. So that is because a controller is responsible for its own processing of personal data, but if it outsources any processing and it gives any personal data to any third parties, it needs to vet them and approve them as being privacy compliant. And there's liability for your client if you fail to protect that data properly and they hadn't assessed you properly. So it is not irrelevant to your clients that you are non-compliant. It is very much relevant and it's very much their problem. Then legal bases. These are basically the parameters. There's a finite list of legal bases which you need to follow. You need to identify legal bases to be allowed to process particular data. So it's important to know when you're doing something which legal bases you're relying. Similarly, data protection principles. So these are things like data minimization, don't collect more than you need. Purpose limitation, use things only for the reason that you originally collected them for. So these are also very important when you're designing how your product works and what it does and why it does it and so on. Data subject rights. This is more practical in that your product needs to be able to implement and respond to data subject rights, and it has been a huge issue when we're talking with clients when we ask, can you implement an access request? And it's like, but we don't know where some things might be. It's like, well, you should know where everything is so that you're able to respond. And it comes down like a ton of bricks, basically, because you can't really do that afterwards. It needs to be designed in the process. International transfers. Now, we could dedicate days talking about international transfers. I will not spend too long about it. I will just make a couple of points. The one is, international data transfer is similar to processing. If you have access to the data, even if you're not holding it, even if you're not storing it, if you have access to the data and you're not in the EU, that is a data transfer. That counts. It doesn't, you can't say, oh, I'm not, it's just access. Access is a data transfer. And the key point is that it's not allowed without very specific legal measures that have to be entered into in addition of your contracts and so on. So there are very specific steps that have to be taken to legitimize and authorize those transfers. It's a very big chapter, so I'm going to leave it there. But it is a very important issue that you need to be looking at when you are considering who you're giving your data to, where your storage solutions are, and so on. So, how do we do it? I like to look at privacy as essentially a commercial concern. It's important to understand, as I just mentioned, for example, with data transfers, that it influences very important concerns commercially, very fundamental decisions that you need to make when you're setting up your product to start with. And it's not really easy to go back and do it after you've made those decisions. The primary one is, frankly, storage solutions. If the very first question that we ask whenever we're asked to assess a vendor is, where are they storing things? And if they are storing it outside of the EU, then it becomes a very big discussion. And if they're storing it inside the EU, then we are very grateful that they have made that decision, essentially. Equally, data mapping and subject rights, it's essentially the point I mentioned earlier, which is you need to know what data you hold, and you need to know where it sits, and you need to know what you're doing with it. And equally, that allows you to then implement data subject rights. So I think the key point that I'm trying to make here is that privacy compliance is a sales feature. It helps you reduce your clients' problems, it helps you protect them, and of course you're also protecting yourself and your own company. So these are the principles that constitute privacy by design. I would like to say that these are not just European. These are principles that have been agreed upon across basically most of the Western data protection regulation community. So Canada has issued some guidance. There's been basically it is a coordinated effort. These principles here have kind of agreed upon that this is how you create a principles framework to implement privacy by design. And we'll go through them one by one. First point, proactive, not reactive, preventative, not remedial. This basically means that you should be anticipating in your design process the kind of risks that might apply to the privacy, and then you should build in protections to protect that personal data. It's what I mentioned earlier also, that it goes beyond just the pure product. After it leaves you, and we're talking about service, it needs to be a full cycle. It needs to protect the data throughout, from the beginning through to the end, through to its deletion. Essentially. So I think the point here is that it is part of the design of the product, but then it goes beyond to the service and generally to privacy as awareness within the organization. Right. And then privacy as the default setting. Again, we touched on this earlier. The point is that your program, your system, your product should be protecting this personal data automatically. It should be doing it through its systems, through the service, through the product. And generally, it should be doing it on its own. That is the point. I think I've said that a few times, but this is kind of what this principle is getting at. And yeah, the fact that the user should not need to take any extra steps on their own to grant those basic protections. You need to be doing it for them. Then, this one is kind of similar to the previous one, but I think the point, the way it differs is that we mentioned earlier about product, system, business practices, and so on. And the point is that you need to design that product, those systems, those business practices, and those in their own right should be set up in a way that is privacy compliant. And that way you facilitate and you embed those protections into your entire life cycle. Now, I really like this one. Positive sum, not zero sum. Privacy is not a trade-off. You should not be looking at it as a trade-off. You need to be looking at it as basically it's not an option anymore. It's a sales function. It's important enough for you to need to be looking at solutions to implement everything that you need. It's not security or privacy. It's security and privacy, or efficiency. Security, efficiency and privacy. So that is the point here. And I think conceptually keeping that in mind allows you to be more creative about the kind of solutions and the kind of structures that you need to implement into that product. Now, end-to-end security, I think we all know that security is very important, and security is not all about privacy, but a large part of privacy is covered by security. So you need to be focusing at all times how to increase that security, how to protect your product, how to protect your users' products. They trust you with your data, and so they expect you to keep it safe, and that is the kind of principle that will help you cover a lot of the bases that products often suffer from. Right, so transparency is a big chapter. I think the point that is important to keep in mind here is tell people what you are doing with their data, and then do the thing you told them you're going to do with the data, and don't do anything that you didn't tell them that you're going to do with the data. A fairly simple example. I mean, this is problematic for many reasons, but let's just go with it for transparency reasons. So Snappy Talk takes users' pictures to apply filters. And they tell them that, no, we don't keep that data, we delete them, it's only on your account, we don't have any access to it, and so on and so forth. But actually, Snappy Talk, it keeps those pictures, and then it uses them to do research on deepfakes. That is problematic. You didn't tell your users you were going to do that. There are all sorts of risks that arise from that. Maybe they didn't care if you did it, but you didn't tell them that you did it, and that is problematic. So just moving on. So, just a few examples, more practically, that I have been quite helpful. So, minimization. If you don't really need it, then don't use it, or don't collect it at all. Know your data. We've said this a few times. You should know where your data sits, and you should know what it's doing and what it's for. Mind your business. So this is a lot about access controls. So only the people who need to know, who need to have access to the data should have access to that data. Trust, you should be informing your users what they're doing with your data. And security, create and improve security features. Now, some practical considerations that I have found when we're having these discussions. One, it's not one size fits all. So your privacy by design system will not be the same as another organization's privacy by design system, and that's okay. The idea is that you find a way to make it work, to include it into your process so that it is functional and you really are helped to not forget about it and include it into your process. Use what you have. So another thing that we often see is like there's, for example, maybe a lack of training, a lack of resources within the organization on the sales side, but probably there is some kind of facilities that you can use in compliance, in your legal department. They probably have had to do some kind of work there. Use what you have to get started, and then you can see what else is needed, and you can slowly build resources for it as needed. Integrate it into your process. So again, it shouldn't be an extra. It shouldn't be an afterthought. Put relevant steps that you need on the systems that you already use. So I know that you'll use Jira, AHA, and so on. Use those systems to cover what you need from a privacy perspective as well. And then a couple of rules of thumb that I often find are helpful. If you were the user, would you be happy with what you're doing with your data? Think about that. That's usually a very helpful way to figure out if there's anything that's particularly problematic with what you propose to do. And then also be your client. We mentioned earlier that the problems of your product become their headache because it's their legal liability. So think about it. Are you helping them? Are you solving problems for them? Are you making it easy for them to answer the questions that they need to? So we're getting to the end of this. So a few do's of data protection. Look at it from the beginning. Don't leave it later when you've already made important commercial decisions and you can no longer go back and change them because there are important consequences from a data protection perspective that will have a commercial impact essentially. Put these principles into your process so that you don't need to actively and manually implement them separately. Involve your privacy team early on. You definitely have one. There's definitely someone in the organization that has had to go off to a few trainings that they could help you and discuss with you on what the issues are. And then put yourself in your user's shoes and then do it for your clients because it is essentially a key, it's part of your offering, it's part of your sales pitch. This is why it's not as sorry, yeah. And don't ignore data protection. This is a summary. I put some resources here. I don't know if we're sharing the slides, but if anyone wants them, happy to share. That's it from me. Any questions?
Hi, thank you for a very interesting presentation. My name is David, and I have actually a few questions. The first one is that I don't know how about other users, but in general, I think 99.9% of the users, they don't read the terms and conditions or privacy policy. They just click and go on with the product. Because first of all, you have to be, I think, a lawyer at least to understand what is written in the 50 pages. And the second important thing is, I guess in the first paragraph, it says that anytime the company can change terms and conditions and privacy notice without informing the user. So even if you had spent your time reading through it, it doesn't change anything. So how can this be changed from the legal point of view to give more security to the users? And the second question is, one of your first slides that showed on the fines that European Union gave on GDPR, I saw at least 3 times Facebook, almost every month. So in my opinion, the fines they are getting is like peanuts compared to what they are getting out of our data. So they are pretty happy to pay the fine and continue doing whatever they were doing before. So maybe again, the law has to be changed to force these big tech companies to stop selling our data?
Thank you. So the first question was about whether, the way I understood it was whether users actually bother to read the relevant disclosures. So I have two answers there. The one is if you're providing SaaS, basically, the one is there, the primary concern is from the client who is trying to hedge their risks and their exposure. So there, it's your primary protection there is for your client in the first instance. Then, as far as users are concerned, I think the point there to make is that, first of all, there isn't enough awareness. There's an assumption of protection and so on, but that is changing. A lot of people are, on websites when it asks you to accept or refuse cookies, you may accept them, but now you're like, okay, but I know they're tracking me because I accepted the cookies. I think that awareness is increasing in that respect, and I think we will see more and more of that. As far as your second point is concerned on the fines, I mean, I tend to agree, but at the same time, I think it is a process, and even just the publicity that these fines are getting I think, goes a long way. And Meta got fined 4 times in the space of 2 years. That's not negligible. Maybe they could have done more, but if you think about the fact that 5 years ago they were doing all this and nobody cared and there were no consequences, and like in Cyprus at least, the kind of fine that it could have been was something like 20,000 euros. We're already a long way away from what the consequences were for not thinking about data protection 5 years ago. And it's going to increase, and it's going to become more and more important. So it is a process to get to a place where this is, let's say, the assumption and the starting point. But we are going there, and I think it's the point that I made earlier, that if you look at how many things have changed in the last 5 years, you can imagine how much more they're going to change going forward.
Hi, Elena. That was a great talk about a topic that we normally don't tend to look at. And for example, I work for a company like big, medium size, which has a compliance department, legal department, ultimately auditing department. But what about those startups that there's just the product manager and then 2 devs that are starting, and for sure they're not taking care about these things? What would you advise to them? Like, is there a checklist or something that they can do?
I mean, I appreciate that there's a lack of resources, let's call it, when you're a startup. But this is why I think it's important to view data protection as a sales. It's sales. You're telling your clients basically that I am doing this thing, and I'm making sure that if you're just addressing users, that your privacy is safe with me. Or if you have clients, you're like, you don't need to worry about that because we've sorted these issues out for you. We can give you all the information that you need, tick all those boxes. So it is a selling point. So I think the answer to your question is the way you look at compliance. For example, if you're a fintech, you're not going to ignore regulation. This too is very important. You can't ignore, for example, anti-money laundering if you're preparing a fintech solution. What you're actually telling your clients is, oh, come with me because I'm going to solve all your problems. I'm going to make your life easier. Same goes for privacy. We may not be quite there yet because privacy as a prominent part of regulation may be fairly new, but that is the reason I spent some time advocating for, I suppose, this idea that it is only the beginning. And we have already seen very serious examples of how something very small suddenly becomes very big, and that is, I think, the direction that privacy is going in.
All right, if there are no further questions, then we let Nikita go, and I would like to tell you all that we have the next panel discussion right here, so do not just leave. And Nikita will be also part of that panel discussion, so you can always ask her more questions during that. It will be a mix of questions from my side and from you. Thank you, Nikita, for a very valuable presentation. Did people take a lunch break or coffee break? Are they going to come back? So we'll have 3 mics. So we will optimize. Yeah. All right. So while I was figuring out what kind of conversation we are going to have, we thought, let's talk about challenges. You all are aware Facebook let go 20,000 people. The second phase is happening now. Are you all aware? And one of the things that they said that they wanted to become a leaner organization and get rid of middle management, and specifically product people started talking about a conversation that emerged wherein they do not need product people managers, and a efficient lean organization is all about product managers who do product management, and they don't need middle management. So this is one of the conversations that has emerged. So maybe we could start with that. Maybe Victoria, why don't you take that up and say, how do you see this emerging? Is this a recent phenomena which will eventually pan out, and after a while we will need product people, managers managing product managers as well? How do you see this evolution?
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Short intro about myself, as I wasn't part of the presentations before. I'm VP Product at Product People, and Product People is product management consultancy. So we don't have our own product. We help other companies, and usually it's interim PM engagement. So we cover a position of the PM for 3, 6, 9, sometimes a bit longer months, and help when there is a lack of staff, when there is a parental leave, something like this. Another facet of our work is helping companies adopt best product management practices. So we do workshops, individual coaching for also C-level product leaders, and workshops and such. So I have seen, I think personally I've worked with 15, 16 companies by now through this consulting engagement. So I've seen a bunch of different kind of organizations, the way people generally structure the org and how they structure product department, and also companies of very different size and scale, publicly traded companies, but also startups. I have not seen that this is a trend yet, what you just described, Ravi, for Facebook. I guess we will also see if it works for Facebook. And whether this is a good idea to apply into your org, I think as always depends. There's never black and white. In big organizations such as Facebook, such as Zalando, for example, a big e-commerce that exists in Europe where I also work, they definitely partially at least suffer from how many layers of hierarchy they have. So the middle management layer could be enormous, like multiple people between the C-level, right, and product managers who work hands-on, and then there are all these people who don't do hands-on work, and it's right to ask, what are they doing then? Partially it's people management, partially it's kind of going through the motions, supporting the bureaucracy of the organization, which is not purely evil, but also partially is evil. And maybe going leaner there is a good idea. On the other hand, I also see that some startups or medium-sized companies try to not have this middle management, and then they have product managers who report directly to CEO, for example. And yeah, maybe they have not many, like they do have 2, 3 product managers, so in terms of number of people, that's not too much. But I have not, or I am yet to see when this was a successful or positive idea. People still need people managers, so someone who's senior, who takes care about your professional development, who helps you not only to do the hands-on work, but also how you get better as a professional. And CEO usually doesn't have the time because so many things on their plate. Plus, it is important that someone, and this person I think should be a little bit away from the hands-on work, who thinks about the vision and the strategy and what's like overarching idea, how we do product in our organization and where are we going with this. Really hard to combine with hands-on work because hands-on work has a lot of day-to-day. So if there is no one, like no head of product, no lead product manager, then that is usually lacking. And people are kind of doing things, they're always busy, but never sure where this is going.
So you're saying that there's no, cannot be two extremes. There has to be a middle path wherein you cannot go berserk by having a fat, thick middle layer. Instead, it can be a compromise wherein there is still value added in bureaucracy and solving for middle management, but ensuring it doesn't go out of hand. Okay, good. Question for Nikita. Mike, I wanted to know, with your experience, I created a theme today. The theme is what are the challenges mostly product people face. So what, according to you, are the biggest challenges that you face in your organization as a lead product?
Well, not getting fired during those layoffs. But yeah, no, I'm joking. That's a good question. I mean, I see product managers' role as basically doing the discovery and then doing the delivery, just in 2 words, right? So you have challenges all over the way, from scratch when you don't have anything, when you're like, hey, what's the symptom? Hey, not even the problem, but what are we doing here? Then you're trying to identify the problem, then you're looking for solution, then you deliver the solution. I can tell that, like, my biggest challenge, I would say there's two. There's one is currently to set up an ongoing, unstoppable discovery machine that produces worth of delivery, or worth of being delivered hypotheses, basically the things that we've tested, and we're confident enough that those hypotheses drive the business upwards, or I don't know, do the cost saving for us. That's the first thing, and this is basically an all company mindset. This involves the product managers, analysts, designers, maybe some engineers that want to be, involved in the discovery phase. So that's the main thing. That's the main issue for us that we're working on. The second one is the delivery part, and the main interesting part for delivery is not being able to, deliver certain projects just this week and then, stop for a month and do nothing. Then it's to get this plateau of, or how you call it in English properly, of velocity. When we can do stably 20 story points or 40 story points each week or each sprint, and this is our velocity, and this is how we work month after month after month, and that's it, because we know what's the capacity of the team is now. And the main thing is how to identify this velocity, B, how to get there, because if you have this, then you can for sure talk with your VP of products, your investors, your managers, whatever. Hey, we'll need 2 months more to build this feature. Because currently you say, hey, I need 2 months more. And after 2 months you say, what? Oh, sorry, I need a few weeks more. Because, something is wrong. But when you have this velocity measured, and when I say velocity, I'm talking about, the time to market. And when I say time to market, I basically mean the things that you talked about. Not just being the feature that is released via A/B testing for 10% of the people, but when it's released, when it's rolled out, and we see the impact. So basically the whole time to market from the feature being identified and then released. So those two main challenges, or whatever you call them, that I face now.
Correct. By the way, you could all contribute to these questions as they are relevant. I do not want to wait for you to pitch in. Okay, let's make it, they're just incidental that they are panelists here. So let's do it as a close-knit group. You deserved it, yeah, exactly. So please jump in, raise your hands, and I will take your questions. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, sure. Please jump in. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Actually, I have 2 questions, but both of them are about one thing, ChatGPT, of course. Okay. Yesterday, there were several presentations about AI and specifically about ChatGPT, Midjourney, all of that stuff. And one of the speaker said one thing that, so now you don't need to hire he said it's like junior product managers, because actually you have all of that right now and much cheaper. Yes, which is, I believe, very bold assumption. Yeah, but still, I think this question is for Victoria and Nikita. How do you think, how could all that new AI stuff like ChatGPT could change product manager work, day-to-day work? Yes. And another question is to Alina, I believe. And how do you think ChatGPT could change the privacy landscape? Because what I'm imagining is when I will have ChatGPT in my smartphone, And actually, I share with ChatGPT all my personal actual information, very, very, very personal. Maybe that information I even don't share with my wife, I don't know, and even with my psychotherapist, but I could change it, share it with ChatGPT, so ChatGPT or all of that stuff knows about me, everything actually, and it's very, very tricky. I'm afraid that it could have a unmanageable consequences. So, yeah.
So, two questions. So one is a very relevant one. So, okay, let's have the privacy one. Do you play a role here in this new world of AI-driven products, which is just the penetration is dangerous. Where is your role in that world?
So I think, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think the one thing I'd like to mention is if you've ever have you paid attention when you log into ChatGPT, there's this very nice disclosure at the beginning that tells you should assume that everything is public. It's you're sharing all your personal data. Don't share anything you don't want anyone else to find out. And I think that just goes to show that there is full awareness of the fact that it is listening to you and it is understanding you and it is possibly saving it somewhere. Like we'll see how that goes and what's going on with that. And it's a very scary reality that somewhere a database that is able to think about and pull all together all this information and make conclusions and possibly even make decisions that you're not aware of about you is so widely used and so casually used. And I think that's exactly where the importance of data protection comes in and why it is a priority socially. It is a social priority to care and raise awareness of how with this new tech and not just AI. I mean, it's even scary is generative AI. You can ask it, create a video of me speaking about, I don't know, chickens, and it'll create that from just things available online, and it's terrifyingly accurate. Even the state of the very basic technology where it is now, it's terrifying how real it can look sometimes. So I think that's exactly why it is important, and I am in favor of the kind of aggression that's being shown, let's say, from data protection regulation, because it needs to be understood that this should be treated as a priority because the consequences of it are very serious. And you can see that it's being taken seriously also by regulators because we have GDPR and all this, but there's other legislation coming in. The European Union has adopted the AI Act specifically to address for the risks that arise from AI. And those kind of considerations are being taken very, very seriously. And of course, the possible consequences of it. Imagine someone destroying your life because they created some kind of terrifying deepfake about something you didn't do. Like, there's some very scary scenarios about how this could go wrong. And that's exactly why the consequences for not caring should be so high. So I think that is the role that data protection regulation plays there.
Just on that note, technology disruptions is always happening at a faster pace than regulators can catch up, right? So how are we coping with it, especially in Europe, where I live in Germany, and Germany is the slowest when it comes to any regulatory. Like, my wife works in flying taxis, and for the last 5 years, they have not been able to get a regulatory approval to launch these products. So how do you see that? Because you cannot stop you cannot stop an idea whose time has come. That's a very powerful note, right?
Well, I think the short answer to it is we're not catching up, right? Yeah. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't be doing at least what we can, because the consequences of just not bothering and just waiting for it to all hit a wall are too serious and too important. And I think that's why I keep on going back to the social impacts and the social consequences of not getting this right are very serious for regulation not to step in, because you often have regulators say, regulation is holding tech back and so on. It's like, no, regulation is making tech not terrifying, because tech is tech. It's neither bad or good, but people who use it for bad things can do terrible things. So it's not bad to have consequences for abusing that tech. So yes, the regulation is behind. I mean, they're doing what they can. After all, you regulate something that exists, right. So it has to exist before you regulate it.
Got it.
And sure, we could do better, we should do better, but still, the fact that we are paying attention to this, even in the way that we are, is still material.
Good, thank you. And the gentleman's first question was very, very pertinent as well. And his first question was, do we ever think that AI could replace product management, at least the formative product management? I always believed product management is one such field which is hard to replace, because product discovery is a lot of hard work and a lot of structuring, which you cannot just program it to do it on autopilot. But I would let my other guests speak on that. What's your thought?
Yeah, thanks. Very interesting question indeed. I think there are several things that we want to mention. First, related to the question we discussed before, we are becoming careful. What should we share with these AIs, because they take everything, save it, and then use it to learn about us, right? The same applies for a company. How much do you want to let AI know about what your company is doing? This can be potentially dangerous. And maybe there will be some regulations in the near future which will regulate how AI can be used in the workplace. Second, I agree with Ravi. I think product management, in the way I think about it, is one area that cannot be easily replaced with AI, even at the, I don't know, low level of seniority. And if you feel like everything you're doing can be replaced by AI, I think you're maybe not doing a great job. So it might be a good idea to think about that. And why is that? I believe that the value of product manager comes in making tough decisions, which means decisions in the situations when we lack information and a situation that is new. Maybe it's similar to something we experienced before, but it's not exactly the same. And as a product manager, you consider a lot of different factors, including personalities of your team and some political situation in your company and all of that. And some of these things you even do intuitively because you're a human being, and it's not possible for AI in the current state of AI, at least to do. And then another important thing, interesting thing was about junior PMs, whether you should hire them or not. I think you should hire junior PMs, not to take away the stupid menial work from your PMs, but to grow the next generation of PMs. People who are currently in mid-level positions in your company, they will either grow up and take other responsibilities or probably leave. You know that the churn in tech is, I would say, 2 to 3 years. Changing company is very normal. So if you don't prepare for this, you're just not making a good decision for your company. So I think you should still hire those and train them to do things that AI cannot do.
Excellent.
Anything to add?
Yeah, I actually disagree. I actually think that the product managers are not easily replaced, but you can imagine that this stuff, the ChatGPT stuff, is public. Let's imagine what's not public, what's there in their minds, what they're going to develop. That's like step 0. Step 1 is you said that one of the main goals of a product manager, like his part of the job is, making the tough decisions. Well, junior PMs, as much as I love them all, they don't do that. They mainly do the stuff that ChatGPT can do. Unfortunately, for all of us probably, but that's true. That's how I would actually believe in. So I would say that the first people to be replaced, of course, are the ones that say, "Hey, this is nothing. I don't want to look at it up. I don't want to deal with it anything. Just leave it be. That's it. I'm gonna live my life. I'm just gonna ignore it." These are, of course, the ones like the first people that are not into it. They just don't have no idea what's in there, how it works. Yeah, they're first out. Then what happens then? Well, you never know. Of course, it will change the landscape. It will change the hiring landscape, because any homework, any home assessment that you give to a candidate, junior, senior, whatever, you have to understand that he'll probably use ChatGPT or any other technology, to create it. And when he accepts an offer, you're going to do the job. The result could be different because the job is actually done by him. So I would say that I'm not 100% sure that all the junior PMs and all the PMs will be replaced in the nearest future, but I'd say that we are now uncomfortable with working with an AI. You can't imagine an AI being your colleague because you're used to, being in the office, being remotely working, having a chat. But then, 30 years ago, you were not used to go into a stranger's house and having, using his spare room as a place to sleep. Now you have an Airbnb, and that's easy for all of us. Or go into a stranger's car. That's an Uber now. So same as here. We're not used to having an AI as a colleague, but I would say that probably in some like 10 years you would have a colleague and you wouldn't even recognize, you wouldn't even know that he's an AI. That could be a case as well. So I wouldn't be that sure actually that product managers are not the ones to be replaced first. There's a high risk. That's what I believe actually. I don't know. I would love to be wrong, but yeah. I cry loudly in bed.
How, is it this is a weird microphone. I asked whether he's trying to mitigate the risk for himself.
Yeah, and I said I cry a lot. That's
not very helpful.
Yeah, that's not helpful. Yeah, I know. That's a good question. The first thing is get to know the thing actually. Know what it is, what's in there, how you can use it as a tool, and why it can do some job or some part of the job better than you. That's the one thing. That's step 0. I'm actually still there. Yeah. The step 1 is to realize what are the parts of the job. Yeah, actually, the tough decisions. That's a good thing. So the tough decisions, ChatGPT can make tough decisions. He'll just say, hey, you have this argument for this decision, this argument for that decision. That's it. Could ChatGPT 5.0, 6.0 make those decisions? Maybe. I don't know, but I haven't seen it. I've seen only the one that's public. So it cannot make tough decisions. So the thing for me is, to go more senior in terms of my role and be, maybe it sounds weird, but be the one who makes the tough decisions and being, in charge of some part of the product or a product stream. That's one way to mitigate it as well. So yeah, just do the job that couldn't be done by AI. It's hard, apparently, yeah. And there's a place of ambiguity when you have no idea what AI can do because you know what's not public, what's there in their minds. So yeah.
Elena, you wanted to add something?
Yeah. So I was just going to say, so I think this are juniors replaceable? It's a question that actually applies to every profession and not necessarily PM. But isn't the question, okay, every senior had to be a junior and make mistakes to become a senior, right? And to be in a position where they can make those decisions that they couldn't make before and which we're saying AI can't make or maybe shouldn't make, maybe we shouldn't allow it to be making those decisions and making those calls. So I guess my question is, if we're saying that juniors are replaceable, then what isn't the real question? How do we need to change training and change the roles of juniors to make sure that they're learning the things that they actually need to be doing and not just the menial work? If we're saying that we know that it's a matter of time for the churn work to just be replaced.
So product management by its very nature, not when you said it is going to disrupt all professions, I beg to differ. Product management by its very nature, like accounting, might be replaced, okay? But product management is not exact science. There is a lot of unstructured work. There's a lot of trade-offs. I will say disempowered product managers, whether they are junior or senior, are going to be replaced. Product managers need to go to talk to the customers. They need to talk to business, different functions, and then bring all this together to make informed decision. And that, I do not think even in 10 years, there is a ChatGPT 5th edition will ever replace it. So I would like to open up for any other questions because I do not want to be hogging the limelight. I think we just have 3 minutes left. Any questions from the audience? Else we are happy to take the limelight here. Okay, if there are none, maybe Elena, you could, you talked about privacy, GDPR. What other areas where you see the ground shifting and evolving in terms of the legal framework? Like I will tell you, are there new business models, like we are talking about a lot of crowd investing from different regions and stuff like that. Do you see new business models emerging where you play an active role and stuff like that?
Well, there is one very obvious answer to that, and that is in the area of international transfer. So we've been used to a very globalized model where it doesn't really matter if you're storing in India or wherever, Thailand, Vietnam, whatever. The rules that apply to data transfers, essentially what they translate into, it's a localization requirement. They're basically telling you no, we're going to make it so difficult for you to lawfully transfer data, personal data outside of Europe, that basically you're not going to want to do it. And or that the risk of doing it is so high that you're definitely going to think about not doing it. And what that means is that, okay, fine, say storage is the start of the conversation, but then what about outsourcing? If people have access to that data sitting outside of the EU, that's still a transfer. You have the same issues, you have the same problems. And I think what that shows is basically this shift from globalization to localization that's happening a lot in Europe, but not only in Europe, where people are becoming very protective about their people's data. Let's call it that. So yes, necessarily, the more of a fight it's becoming to protect that data, and the more people are penalized for where that data sits and who has access to that data, the more it's going to impact some people's business models.
Can I jump in with a question? Do you see that maybe this was a trend that started before COVID, but now the COVID has kind of changed the situation in the job market? People want to live where they want to live and still work for the companies from the past, right? So this becomes a problem for business to adapt. So this nationalization of the data is now contradicting the other trends that exist.
This is true, very true. And often when we have these conversations about data transfer, people say, okay, but what can we do? What can we do to solve this? The real answer is, right now, you can't. right now, it's impossible to be 100% compliant with the rules that are in place. And the expectations on organizations to assess the risk of sending something to the US. It took the European Commission years to do that. How is an individual company meant to make that assessment on their own? So the bar is extremely high, and currently the truth is it's impossible to meet it, and it's only becoming more and more difficult. But the fact is, the more data-driven you are, the more data-heavy you are, the more important and the more of a risk this is, and basically companies will have to start putting some kind of parameters in place. I don't know how it's going to play out, because I think several years ago, nobody would have expected such a sudden shift from globalization to localization. So already that's a surprise. So I don't think there's an answer for that yet, but it's definitely a conflict.
Thank you. I think we are at the end of this fascinating conversation here. I thank all the guests for their time, and I hope you all got to learn something new from this conversation. And I would now let you all go and have your lunch. Thanks, guests.
Yes, thank you.
Testing. Hi.
Oh, wow. Yeah, don't want to put my face too close to the mic. I have a podcast, so ultimately I'm used to like talking into the mic, so I really need to be careful not to do that. In the essence of time, hello everybody. Welcome to the career track of this program. My name is Michael Yeomans. I'll actually be speaking second. I'll be speaking second. So sadly, you're gonna have to listen to me for the next few hours. But ultimately, welcome. Take what you need definitely from the three talks that you're going to hear about. They're definitely great topics. So if you're here for one specific thing, that's great. If you're here for all of them, awesome. We'll have a panel discussion later. And without further ado, we are going to welcome up Isaac, who's going to talk to you a little bit about embracing change.
Hello, welcome. Afternoon. I'm going to hope this works. No? Yes. Welcome. So I'm here to talk about being a strong and stable leader. I'm going to talk a little bit about embracing change, my role in the digital space working for the public sector. So I'm Isaac. I'm from London. I live in London, flown here especially, first time in Cyprus. It's amazing. A great couple of days I've been watching online, so welcome. Just out of interest, who is a leader here? Who leads people, manages people, leads people? Great. Who wants to lead people? Are you sure? Brilliant, welcome. So my experience, I've worked in the public sector almost 15 years. I put 10 plus because I'm not quite at the 15 years, and you're thinking, how is he old enough to do that for 15 years? I am, I just look young. In 2021, during the pandemic, I completed a master's through the University of Birmingham, so learned all the theory stuff, and I'm not going to bore you with too much of that today. I'm going to talk about the practical experience of leading during COVID. I've done lots of business and technology changes, so the physical technology, giving people laptops 365, but I've also led agile product teams as well, getting services online for boroughs such as Camden that you might have heard of, and Southwark over in London Bridge. I'm going to start with this quote. I'm only going to show one of the quotes because I really like it. The price of doing the same old thing is far higher than the price of change. Couldn't agree more. If we don't change, if we don't embrace the change, ultimately it's going to cost us more in the long term. And our role as leaders or aspiring leaders is to try and get ourselves into that mindset of embracing change, doing things differently, and listening to our teams. So 2 minutes, not 2 minutes, 1 minute because of time. Have a little think about 2 qualities. Either write them in your phone, store them in your head, put them on your notepad, whatever you want to do, that you think are qualities of a strong and stable leader. Because we're going to come back to this, and I want to see if your opinion may have changed during the course of the afternoon. But just have a little think for the next 30 seconds, then I'm going to move on. You're all thinking about it in your head, I see. Yeah, good. Okay, so this afternoon I'm going to talk a little bit about leadership qualities. So what are the traits to be a leader, leading product teams, agile teams, technology teams? What does the future of leadership look like? I think we've seen a massive shift since COVID. Certainly the way I lead pre-COVID and the way I lead now is completely different. We're going to have a few chances to reflect. So we had that little second just there. And we're going to talk about what embracing change means. And I'm going to give you my example of leading during COVID. How we're going to get there, so I'm going to just give you a very small bit of theory. I'm not going to lecture you this afternoon, you're not at university. What the qualities of leadership looks like, benefits and risks, because that's really important. What are the benefits of being a strong and stable leader, but what are the risks if we're not? I like this, so let's dive in. Thanks. My partner laughed as well. Being a leader, leadership theories. There's so much on leadership theory over many, many, many years. So anyone who's studied leadership thinks that that's the way to go is, oh, I need to read all the theories and everything that's out there. You don't. They essentially all say the same thing. There's lots on leadership theory, but I'm not going to go into that today. I'm just going to look at this one, trait theory, because qualities of a strong and stable leader, we need to possess something that makes us strong and stable, but also that gets our teams bought into us. And it's really interesting, if we look back over the last 70, 80 years, all of the different people that have looked at theory and trait theory, there's some common themes that come out. So intelligence is one. I would argue that you don't really need to be that intelligent to be a good leader. I don't know if anyone here agrees with that before I go into why? No? Being a leader, and we're going to come on to it, is about enabling your teams. They're the ones with the brains. Leadership sometimes is about steering the ship. It's not about holding the knowledge and being decisive for everyone in your team. That's what I believe. We've got others that have come through here around charisma, communication skills, interpersonal skills, super important. And I think we probably all recognize that. If we look at 1959, man talked about masculinity. We don't need masculinity in leadership. I think that's so outdated. So let's move on. So key qualities. These are the ones that I think are super important. And these are the ones that I try to bring through in when I'm managing transformational change. Self-awareness. We've probably all had a leader or a manager at some point that isn't quite self-aware and that just tells us what to do, get on with it, and then you need to produce the outcome. Me personally, I like to listen to my team. I want to bring people into the room. I think it's super important that we're self-aware, we're constantly reflecting, we're asking for 360 feedback, and we really see what's going on in our team. And when I come on to the example of COVID, we'll see how I did that. Collaborative, we've probably never heard the word more than over the last 2 or 3 years. Personally, I don't think I'd used it before COVID. And then all of a sudden, we were collaborating on everything over video, all hours of the day and night, and we've forevermore collaborated. But it's so true. We need to keep collaborating. We need to bring the right people into the room. And I believe that our role as a leader is to have the right people around the table or on the video call or whatever it is. They need to be involved at all times. Charisma. You want someone that's got a little bit of spice, I guess, as your leader, or if you're a leader, you need to show a little bit of that personality. Because if you're just telling people what to do all day long, they're not going to buy into you, and eventually they're going to get tired and say goodbye. And that is about being authentic. Bring your authentic self to work, and the organizations that want you to do that will enable you to do that. And those that don't, well, you're probably not going to be there very long before you want to move on. And decisiveness. I said that leadership is not being about making decisions and that's it, and your team have to go with them. It is about carrying the decision for your team. So you work together as a team, and the leader is almost taking the risk of making that decision with the team and rolling with it. So our role as a leader may be really obvious, and something that you may have seen a lot of over the last few years is psychological safety. And it came in really to the forefront in COVID when people were forced to work at home. And all of a sudden, that psychological safety that they had of the workplace, the desk, their colleague next to them, was all gone. And so our role really is to create the psychological safety, allow staff to get things wrong, allow our team members to put their hands up and say, yeah, I messed it up. I didn't get the result that you wanted, but I'm going to do this. Allow people to fail, because if we don't, and you make them feel bad for every single thing that they get wrong, they will leave, and then you'll be looking for new people. Create compassion in the team. So allow your team members and you as a leader to share everything that's going on, to put their hands up and say, I failed, but also to say, well done. Create that space, create the psychological safety, give them compassion, and then ultimately you're going to be creating a thriving team. And that, again, is our role as a leader. Enable the thriving teams, allow them to work, and be in a happy place. That's our job as a leader. So I'm going to play this video, I think, if it works. If not, I'm going to talk about what the video is. Who's seen Linda Hill? Yes, I love that. Professor at Harvard Business School, did a TEDx talk in Cambridge. Here she is talking about Pixar. So you may know the Pixar movies. She did a huge amount of work at Pixar. I really endorse the work that she does, talking about leadership being a bit vague. I'm going to hope this plays. Yes, but you can't hear it. It's all right. Basically, Linda says...
All they do is that. In the first chapter, they say I'm supposed to create a vision. But if I'm trying to do something that's truly new, I have no answers. I don't know what direction we're going in, and I'm not even sure I know how to figure out how to get there. For sure, there are times when visionary leadership is exactly what is needed. But if we want to build organizations that can innovate time and again, we must recast our understanding of what leadership is about. Leading innovation is about creating the space where people are willing and able to do the hard work of innovative problem solving. So, at this point, some of you may be wondering, well, what does that leadership really look like?
So I really like that video. We talk about innovation. Many of us here will be working in sort of product technology teams. We're innovating, we're creating exciting new things, we're rolling out cool new technology for our colleagues or for the organization that we work in. And what she's talking about here is, well, what about if you don't need to create a vision or you don't want to create a vision? And that's almost what we landed at during COVID. Overnight, everything changed. My role as a leader at that point, I couldn't create a new vision. I couldn't automatically just think, right, I need to create a vision now, and here's the strategy, and this is how we're going to do it. So this leads me nicely on to the time that I was working at Southwark. Does anyone recognize this? Yeah? Has anyone been there? Yeah? So I was lucky enough for 4 years to work in this office here. So this is the mayor's office in London, and I was working in the borough behind that. I worked there for 4 years. It's called Southwark. It's one of the largest boroughs in London, so city area, council area, 320,000 residents. We have, at the top end of the borough where the Shard is, one of the most affluent areas, and then the furthest away is one of the most deprived areas in London. And when the pandemic hit, our role as a public sector organisation was to support every single person in that borough. There was lots going on with the UK government that meant that the local authority had to deal with lots of things such as loneliness, food banks, everything like that. And at the time, I was leading an organisational-wide change programme for 4,500 staff members. You won't believe it, but 6 months before the pandemic, the organisation had no video conferencing software, had no instant messenger, we were using Outlook 2010, and we had no laptops. Staff would come in, sit at the same desk every day in a huge office and working exactly the same way. So my job at the time was to create an organisational-wide transformation programme for 4,500 staff. So we gave them new laptops, 365, Teams, everything you can name it. That was the plan. There was a nice plan to deliver that over 9 months, which started 1 week before COVID came. So of course, we were merrily going along that week before COVID, before the lockdown in the UK, and then all of a sudden on the Friday, we knew something was going to happen. And over the weekend, we had to basically change the whole strategy. My role at that time wasn't about dictating and telling my team what we're going to do. It was getting all of them round. I had a service of around 40 people, technical and non-technical. I had those that were building laptops. I had those that were project managers, business analysts, working with a range of different people, from frontline street cleaners to back office housing officers or social workers, for example. And we needed to transform the organization almost overnight. So my role during that was to bring out my qualities. It wasn't about, right, I'm going to do this, we're going to do that, do what I say. No. It was about being collaborative. We have a saying in the UK around too many chefs spoil the broth. You might have heard of it. You might have something similar from your countries. I couldn't disagree more on this occasion. We needed many, many chefs in the kitchen to tell us, to work together, how we're going to deliver this huge program, how we're going to get everyone working from home almost overnight. And my role was to create that psychological safety, to say to people, it's okay, you can get it wrong. You're going to mess up. We're going to lose laptops. There's going to be laptops that you send out in the post that will never arrive. And of course, that's what's happened. But it was about allowing them to speak up, making sure that they're okay with that. And, you know, the crisis leadership, it was a really difficult time. I'm sure we've all seen that. I had colleagues in my team who lost loved ones. I was lucky enough not to. But it's about saying, actually, yeah, I need you to do the job, but things will come up during this period of time. And some days, some staff showed up, some days they didn't. But ultimately, we were there for a common goal, which is to deliver that program. And I believe that that was what I allowed them to do. So the world of work changed. I mean, we haven't seen it like this for many, many years. But it certainly doesn't look like this anymore. So it's about embracing change. Everything changed overnight. The ways of working, it allowed us to lead differently. It allowed team members to interact differently. It brought out some good skills in people. We saw some weaknesses in others. But it ultimately allowed us to foster this compassionate culture. And I think it's one of the most proud moments of my career, leading people. And hopefully, if you get a chance to lead or you are leading people, you can recognize some of this. The psychological safety thing isn't going away. We need to create that space for colleagues to speak up, to get things wrong. but it wasn't all plain sailing. You can see I'm using lots of analogies around boats and water. There were times where it went wrong. What I said about laptops going missing in the post literally went missing. The laptop that was due to arrive to my house never turned up, which was unfortunate. And we did have things like that. You know, we were rolling out new software for colleagues to work on. We were rolling out smartphones, laptops, and getting all the services online. Don't forget, and it may be the same in many countries, but we have a lot of paper. We use a lot of paper to print the bills for taxes and things like that. All of that had to transform overnight, and things went wrong. So it wasn't all plain sailing. But what have I seen as the benefits? And I think this is what's really important coming out of this. If you really embrace change, the benefits that you're going to get ultimately is around engagement from your team. No one wants a leader that's just telling them what to do all day long, and if you get it wrong, you're going to be shouted at. No one wants that. No one wants to work in that environment. So what I've seen is more engagement, more retention. I didn't see anyone leave during the 2 years until I left. And now they've started to move on and they've been promoted, and I'm really proud of them. Improve productivity. When I gave them the space to go away and think of solutions, they came up with some amazing solutions, all the way from our apprenticeship level, so the most junior, to my most senior program manager. Coming up with ideas, working together, really getting on a call and figuring out how can we make this better. That didn't quite go well, so let's do it again. And when they had that kind of empowerment, we saw productivity go up massively. And the commitment to the organization will naturally be there. At some point, they're going to move on. People move on. They get promoted. But there is a commitment because they're excited to be there. So the risks, if we don't change, if we don't embrace it, well, it's quite obvious. It's the opposite. So it's turnover of staff. We say goodbye to people very quickly. They're going to get bored. They're going to move on. They're going to find a company that really values them and a leader that wants them in their team. We're then going to fail to deliver because people will move on. It's going to cost more, and ultimately we're quite inefficient. So for me, I only see the benefits of trying to embrace technology. So what's for the road ahead? Very briefly, the future of leadership then. So there's lots coming out of COVID. We're a long way away from that now, I think, I hope. And if we look at the future of leadership, we talk about futurizing our organizations. Use technology. We've got Gen Z coming. We've got the younger people coming up that know how to do things with technology. And I know I look young, but I'm not that young. And I don't understand a lot of the technology. But there's things coming out around AI and things like that. Let them use their ideas. Bring them into the organization. Bring them into your teams and let them challenge you as a leader. I think that's the biggest thing. Humanize them. They're not just employee number XYZ. Put a name to them. Let them be in front of the senior leadership of the organization. What are we worried about? I've certainly had leaders before where you have to report to them, and then they report to them, and then they go up there, and then they'll go to the meeting. Just let people come into the meetings. Share their knowledge. Humanize them. Bring them to the front, because it will make them committed. It will allow them to stay, promote, and develop skills, and you will be responsible for that as a leader. And collaborate, the word collaborate is not going away. We have to collaborate more than ever. We're going to be using tech in a completely different way moving forward. We are now. So with the futurizing the organization, humanizing the people, and collaborate together, that's what I see as the future of leadership. So a few of the qualities that I think we need to be even more transparent as leaders. Certainly for me, I don't have meetings behind closed doors or behind a private diary. I like my team members to ask where I am, what I'm up to. I like to bring them into the meetings. Challenge your managers. Even though many of you are leaders here, bring staff into your meetings. What's the worst that can happen? Use the technology in the right way. I'm currently consulting with Oxford City Council. Many of you might know Oxford, about an hour from London. And our vision is to allow staff to work at home for the majority of the time. We don't need to see their faces unless they want to see each other's faces. We just need to see that they're working, and we allow them to do that whenever suits them. So we're writing the new policy at the moment. I'm consulting with them, allowing them to have new technology. We've reduced the office space massively, so use the tech that's there. Be open to new ideas. There's lots of things coming through. We've seen lots of new ways of doing things since COVID and in the last few years. So just be open to it. And then ultimately inspire. Say something that will inspire your team. Allow them to speak to each other and inspire each other. So just looking back at your previous 2 qualities, so I don't know if you decided to write anything down or if you've got them in your head, but hopefully you've taken 1 or 2 things away from that will allow you to go back and just have a renewed energy with your team, provide them the psychological safety, and allow them to come back in and share ideas. And I really like this. I'm going to end it here and then take any questions, because I think my time's up. So what if we don't change at all and something magical just happens? Well, sorry, magic isn't real in my view. I know there's Harry Potter, but the profits will go down, the sales will go down, staff will be unhappy, we'll lose staff. So I think this just sums it up. Embrace change. We've changed a lot over the last few years, and it can be tiring. But if we embrace it, we share that knowledge with our team and that energy, we're going to have some amazing teams. Thank you. Any questions?
Thanks, Isaac. And I know you probably got a lot of questions, but let's try to keep it to a single question. And then if there is nobody else, you can ask a second question. Would anybody like to ask Isaac any questions? Nothing on embracing change?
Hi, thank you for a wonderful speech. You mentioned a few times the idea of being open to be challenged by your team. But as you might imagine, a lot of young managers are quite afraid of that situation. Maybe you can share your experience and give some advice for people who are challenged by the team members.
Yeah, it's difficult. I'm youngish, and I was a very young manager, and I was challenged by staff in my team that were much older. And so you do have that dynamic. And you also have the dynamic of those that are just coming in fresh, they're in junior roles, they want to speak. I encourage it. What I would say to managers is don't be afraid with the feedback. 360 reviews, make it a thing, make it a really big deal. We're going to do a 360 feedback once a month, and I want you to tell me everything that I'm doing right or wrong, and I'm going to take it. Now, if you're a young manager, it can be quite difficult, but you need to try and see the positive side of it. They're telling you it because they really respect you. They trust you enough as a manager to want to share maybe a 1 or 2 downsides to your leadership style. So it's not easy. Practice maybe with some friends. Tell them to give you a negative trait. But personally, I think embrace it. Make a big deal about it to say, I want you to give me honest feedback. And I've seen that work. Usually what happens is people are quiet, and then it takes a few months or a few sessions for that to start coming out. But during COVID, I've seen many colleagues that were managers or leaders that was quite, they reacted in a negative way, if you like. They telling their teams what to do. They weren't taking feedback very well. That's not my style. I just like to have everyone around the table. Let's just be honest. If not, we're wasting time. It's tiring. So I don't know if I answered your question directly, but I'm open to it, and I just think make a big deal about it. Say what we're there to do. 360 feedback. I want you to be honest. I'm here to take it, and maybe have a little practice in front of a mirror or with some friends first, if you are a young manager yourself.
Thank you for your presentation. What do you think about radical feedback like Netflix approach, for example? You taught some things about that, but if your employees, your people really are not ready to have this frank and sometimes not really good feedback, sometimes it's negative, how do you maybe advise to work with this and how to prepare people to to receive this feedback in a good way?
Do you mean the manager giving the employee feedback that isn't quite that great?
Yeah, like manager gives feedback or employee can give negative feedback as well, So like how to create such culture. I can compare it to Netflix culture, and how is your opinion about that?
Yeah, I'm all for team building, team networking, creating team principles. So one of the first things that I do when I start leading a new team, or we bring new people in, is we re-look at our team principles. And it's essentially just a simple document with a couple of questions that say, how do we want to communicate with each other? How will we be honest with each other? How will we work together? And when do we come together face to face? And what does that look like? And it's been more important since COVID to do that, because what it does is it brings in the consensus for the whole team. And it does change slightly when you bring new people, you say goodbye to people. But I think by allowing the conversation, opening it up to everyone to say, right, how do we want to be honest with each other? Is that a one-to-one conversation? Is it in a team meeting? Do we want to have this privately every month? That for me has been the best way. Is literally opening up the conversation with the whole team to say, right, let's write our team principles together. Let's make an agreement. How are we going to work together? And I don't know, maybe it's because the 40-odd people that I had in my service were all, at that point, generally quite young. They were quite energetic. They were quite excited in a weird way by COVID, because it enabled us to really get our brains working about how do we enable the organization. You know, when you've got 4,500 staff almost coming to one team because they want the tech, they want the collaboration tools, they need it immediately, I think it does create a bit of excitement, but also stress. So I made sure that we reviewed our team principles very often. So we met like once a week, had a stand-up. What's working, what's not? Are we okay with our principles right now? Do we need to review them again? So I think for me, that's the best way.
Isaac, everybody. Don't worry, he's around for after. Can I have that mic, actually? Otherwise, I'm going to wind up blowing people's ears out. I figured it out, yeah. Hello, everybody. Hopefully I did a good job kind of getting people excited about this talk in this career track for this afternoon. It's something that I've always believed in. Again, a couple things before we get started. I did use ChatGPT and WriteSonic to write this presentation. I use it as an assistant. It's not really about the content on the slides. It's about the experience that I'm going to share with you. Yes, the individual on the t-shirt is me. This was also an OpenAI job that I used DALL-E for to create my podcast logo. And so ultimately, I've heard a lot about embracing ChatGPT and things like that, and I am a firm believer. I also have probably shared a little bit too much information on ChatGPT, but I am one of those idiots that also, you know, hits accept all and shares all my personal information, and I go on Twitch all the time and, you know, just talk through dialogue. So I'm a bit of a guy who's kind of out there in the open. But the art of personal branding. Well, okay, it works. Ultimately, anybody who has stood up here the past 2 days, right, has been showing off their personal brand. And a lot of times we're going to judge a book by its cover unless we get to know the person, right? So all you think about is essentially who they are. But again, the importance of this isn't everything that's on it, right? It's about, as a product manager, your career growth and success, attract new opportunities. And surprisingly enough, I've been pretty successful in my career as a PM. I am one of those people that fell into product management by accident. After 4 years of being a product owner, but not knowing you're a product owner, right? It got me more attracted to becoming a PM and ultimately getting into more. And so I've been in data governance, mostly a focus on e-discovery and data migration for the past 10 years. And so I still do have a variety of data governance products. I am a director at a company called Now Vertical. Completely skipped over that, I apologize. But ultimately, I think a good track after this is talking about going from senior PM to director. So I'm not going to talk about any of that to give him the floor. But ultimately, I got really involved into personal brand a couple years ago because I was asked to do it, right? I had no idea about personal brand or marketing yourself or anything like that because I've always had long hair. I've always had, I guess, a different take when it comes to a corporate environment, right? I've always like worn a beanie or worn flannels, and that comes from a couple things that we're going to get to in the slide after that because I forgot the slide afterwards. Let's talk about Vincent van Gogh real quick. So Van Gogh, however you would you say his name. Does anybody know what this is from? Does anybody know Doctor Who? Yeah. So ultimately, they go back in time. They meet Vincent van Gogh. We all know it's an unfortunate, an unfortunate story that he committed suicide because of poverty and depression and kind of sank into that, I'm never going to succeed and things like that. Couldn't be further from the truth, right? If you know Vincent van Gogh today, you know his paintings. He did over 1,000 or 2,000 some odd paintings, 891, I think, over the course of like the last 8 months, something like that. But ultimately, they go back in time, they bring him back to show him the impact of his work. And so they ask Bill's character there, who's the museum curator, about Vincent van Gogh and what he thinks of it. And he just talks about, how amazing it is, one of the greatest men and whoever lived, and essentially he gets very emotional. I'm going to try not to get emotional because I get emotional. I'm one of those saps that I watch a Disney Pixar movie or any kind of sad moment, I instantly start crying. But it's very powerful because he kind of sees the impact that, his work has had on humanity, right? He sees essentially how his brand has affected the world. And so it's a very powerful episode in general. But ultimately, this is what really got me into thinking, how do you market yourself? What does that look like? And how have I been portraying myself these last 10 years that I've been in this industry? And so 2012 me does look very different from 2023 me, but I can tell you that I am still the same person. And I was homeless 4 years prior to this, right? Which is a completely crazy story because I lost housing at school, and ultimately I was too embarrassed to ask for help and also too embarrassed to tell my parents. So I thought living out of my car was a good idea for about 6 months until I finally got caught on that one. But ultimately, it kind of led me down this moment where I thought, I really need to make a change. Because I was one of those individuals that was bullied a lot during my childhood. I was definitely harassed. Even in my corporate career, I was harassed, you're a hippie, oh, you're a geek, oh, right, because of like long hair and things like that. And so 2012 me is when I first stepped into my corporate career. And ultimately, I was managing people at the time. I was a small business manager, so this guy had a slew of small businesses that I was the general manager of, so I had like 40 direct reports, right, across 3 different stores, which was interesting. But I always had this thing where I wanted to be myself. And I can tell you from experience that building a resilient spirit and becoming more confident takes a lot of work. I would say it takes a good, at least from my experience, 8 years worth of work to become a confident individual where you have a resilient spirit no matter what. And so I always took this approach that I was going to be myself no matter what. And so, interesting enough, right? Day 2 of my first corporate job, and again, put on a shirt, put on a tie, and ultimately, introducing myself. I'm like, okay, I have like my first corporate job. This is great. And so VP walked up to me, and I was a data migration lead, but also going to be a product owner, which I didn't even realize. But again, I asked him, or I just like, hi, my name is Michael Yeomans. Nice to meet you. And he was like, why the F are you wearing a shirt and tie in service delivery? Because it was a service delivery gig. And I was like, okay. Didn't really get that one, but it was the first time somebody told me, like, again, like, what the hell are you doing? Because, service delivery, it's like, we're, the cool kids, we Nerf gun fights, right? Things like that. So I was like, all right, cool. Well, I'm going to start wearing a beanie and a flannel again to work. And so that kind of set me on this journey, this weird journey, where no matter what, I was always myself, even if I was being harassed or things like that. And I ended up being pretty successful in my career. I'm still, for me, I'm a director. I love managing people. I love nurturing, progressing careers. And that's one thing I definitely can take away from a lot of the presentations I've heard these days is because, again, what I usually do, right, is I hire people that I want to probably eventually take my job. And if I get them to the opportunity or get them to the point where they should be taking my job and I can't, then I will do whatever I can to help move them on. And that most of the time, especially for product management, we know that is, probably with another company. And I embrace that. And I liked how Isaac was talking about transparency because I am a very transparent boss. For me, I would say I'm an approachable person, right? So I've always had this, again, kind of like delegating, lax kind of attitude when it comes to being a manager. But for me, it's just really about nurturing, progressing people's careers. And so, again, it's also important because, ultimately, that's the type of manager I want to be and the type of individual I am. And I want that to show as my brand, right? I want to be inviting. I've been asked to do a lot these last 2 days, if you've seen, and I think that comes from the fact that, I'm approachable and, maybe I'm good sounding, I don't know, but, again, we're going to talk a little bit about what that looks like. Does anybody know who this is? Raise your hand if you do know who this is. All right. Well, this is Marty Kagan. Probably heard him. He's like the product guru of Silicon Valley, right? He wrote the book Inspired and also Empowered. So he's a well-known guy in the product community and a product leader. Does he do a lot of things that I disagree with? Yeah, absolutely, right? Like he's not a big believer in product operations. And if you've read Escaping the Build Trap by Melissa Perry, she's really big in the product operations, right? Having the right tools for product managers, I firmly believe that. Does anybody know who this gentleman is? Another one, awesome. This is Guy Kawasaki. So Guy Kawasaki wrote a book called Selling the Dream back in the early 90s, I think. I think it was the early 90s. He's a big product evangelist, right? How many people here are in product management? If you're not an evangelist for your product and for yourself, find another job. I'm dead serious, because ultimately, product evangelism, selling that vision and that dream, being excited about what you're building and the fact that you're making a difference in people's lives, like why wouldn't you be excited about that? And so he kind of kicked that off for Apple, and it's been his career track ever since. Now he's like a chief evangelist officer or something at Canva. Anybody know this gentleman? I know so many powerful women in product leadership, and I looked at this morning, memorizing my slides, and I thought, oh my God, I just put a bunch of dudes up there. What was I thinking? This is John Cutler. So John Cutler is another product evangelist, and he works at a company called Amplitude. Does anybody know what Amplitude is? Yeah, that's right, product analytics. We love product analytics. And so he's one of the people that is, on a few people's watch list when it comes down to people to look out for in 2023 when it comes to product leadership. Amazing guy. I'm a vulnerable person. Like I like talking about, making mistakes and things like that. So I was invited to a webinar a couple years ago, and he was a part of it. And it was about marrying up, or like how we can get the most out of building a relationship with product management and product marketing, right? And so I was like, wow, I've been dealing with product marketing for years. How am I finding this topic hard to talk about on a webinar, right? He was so helpful and so inviting. He was the type of person that I would want as my manager, right? Guy Kawasaki talks about selling the dream and giving evangelism because, again, my entire life, whenever I hear evangelist, I think of televangelists. You know those guys like, God is great, everybody send me your money, right? Like, so that's why I think about when I think about evangelism. So I didn't really know what that meant until I read his book, and it's just as true today as it was back in the 90s. And then Marty Kagan, yeah, he wrote a couple good books. Wrote a couple good books, ultimately about, building product teams and, falling in love with your product and building your product for your users. And so ultimately, these are 3 brands that I'm attracted to. And I'm attracted to them because ultimately their experience is kind of experience that I want in my own way. And so ultimately, you're going to make mistakes along the way, right? For me, I'm doing the product confessionals later on, by the way. So if you are attending the after party, it's going to be a great opportunity to hear me talk about all the mistakes I've made into my product confessional. So again, for me, I can't speak this enough that ultimately when it comes to too much style over substance, I like to wear a suit. I literally, right? I brought this t-shirt with me. I bought these pants here. I have a whole suitcase full of blazers and jeans and pants and boots. And I do this every time. Every time that I take a trip, I ultimately bring all this stuff and then I end up doing nothing with it. And so for me, it's just about being myself. And I thought a lot about, okay, coming up here today, again, I'm talking about personal brand. It would be cool to actually just be myself. So focusing on too much style over substance, yeah, that's cool until everybody figures out you're a fraud, right? So ultimately you start to have a conversation with that person, and then you're like, wow, this guy's a jerk. So I don't want to be that guy. Trying to be someone you're not. I spent a lot of time, thanks to all that childhood trauma of being bullied, trying to be somebody I'm not. I want to be taller. I want to have a longer beard. I want to do this. I want to do that. I want to be a people manager. I want to, trying to be somebody I'm not. Who am I? I'm Michael Yeomans. And I'm pretty happy and confident with who I am. So why wouldn't I just want to be myself and try to be the best version of me and just learn and grow, as a person? Failing to understand your target audience. I would really, 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 really be hypercritical of myself if I found out I didn't hit my target audience today. Right? If you come away from this talk and you're like, yeah, that guy didn't talk about brand management or personal brand or anything, then I missed my point. And ultimately, as a product manager, that's extremely important. Right? Everybody's always like, who's your target audience? Who's your target audience? Who's your target audience? Well, it could be a lot of things, but you should probably understand that. Neglecting to update your personal brand as your career evolves. Man, okay, well, I said I wasn't going to talk about going from a senior PM to being a director, but man, what a change. When it comes down to kind of climbing up that ladder to being an executive, you start to realize, yeah, I got to kind of change some things, right? I can still be myself, and I can still be that inviting, cool individual, but I also need to probably watch what I say. Probably need to drop the F-bombs, and I probably need to consider that there's going to be a lot of feedback, especially Isaac talked about the 360 reviews, a lot of feedback that I'm not going to like. I never forget one time I heard somebody say, that guy isn't really a CEO. He never took any CEO classes. And I thought, what the hell does that mean? What do you mean he never learned to be a CEO? And then I started listening to the diary of a CEO and some of these things, and I started to look into, anybody know what the CEO Bible is? It's that very long book about navigating and running a publicly traded company. It's like a lot of money. I think on like Google Books, it's something like 50 quid or something. But it is a tremendously, tremendously helpful read if you want to understand what it's like to be a CEO and navigating through taking a company public, which one day I hope that I could potentially take a company public. But I had to change a lot of things, right? And I had to also understand that me as a manager in 2011 versus me as a manager in 2023, it's very different, right? The role that I have now, I came in as a director after only being a director in title for 2 months, so that was a journey. But I came in as the director of no one and quickly found myself having a product team, data science, and development within the first 3 months that I was there. I'd never, ever managed development. Didn't really know much about data science. And ultimately, I had a lot of work to do because this was an acquisition-based company. And because it was an acquisition-based company, all these people had been affected by constant change. So you get all the nervousness, you get all the, we haven't had a pay raise, we haven't had this, we haven't had that, right? Not to say that happened. But it's a lot to kind of embrace when you're just trying to find your footing. But having a resilient spirit and knowing that I can make a difference and that I can be confident and that I can show people, look, I know there's some uncertainty right now, but just be patient and it is going to be okay. And that's the type of person I am. Because I know how tough it is when life is getting you down and if you've seen like it feels like there's no hope, that there has to be a way out, right? And so somebody needs to be there to kind of show you that. And so creating your personal brand as a product manager, right? Let's finally talk about what it's like being a product manager. You know, again, you represent your product. Is it InDrive? Is InDrive the company that's in the corner? It's InDrive, right? Please say, okay, cool. I was like, please somebody say yes. I don't want to. I really love their brand. Like, I really love the talks that they've had. I think it's great. That is the type of product that I want to use. So let's go to Moscow or wherever they're actually, in, because ultimately it's just like, that's something I want to learn more about, right? And that's because of them. That's not because I walked up or I read their marketing material, whatever. That's because of them. So their representation of their product and their representation of product management, I'm like, I want that. I want to learn more about that. I want to learn more about you. Have a unique value proposition, right? You do value propositions all day long for your product. Why wouldn't you do one for yourself? Right? Innovation, collaboration, being honest, being transparent. Like, these are all things, these are all core values that you should look at and be like, yeah, I need that. And I apologize, I'm not trying not to talk at you, but I'm saying that, you know, again, when it comes down to these things, they're attractive. And I recently had an assessment, and the individual was saying a little bit about, you know, talking about, you know, a little bit about apprehension, things like that, and I thought, well, what does confidence look like for you, right? What does confidence look like for you? And kind of walking through that and figuring that out, and ultimately getting him to a better place where it's just like, hey man, we're gonna do this together, right? It's not just about you, it's not just about me. I get that things are overwhelming. The last thing I wanna do as a boss is put pressure on you. And so your personal brand statement, you gotta think about that. This is not my personal brand statement. This is what I think Right Sonic chewed out. But it says, as a product manager, my mission is to bring innovative solutions that drive business growth by leveraging my technical expertise and creative problem-solving skills. Now, ultimately, that's not my brand statement, but you got to think about it. You know, again, like, how are you selling yourself? How many have recently, in the last 3 months, been through an interview? Yeah, it's tough. Oh, well, good. I don't think the camera's on you, so don't worry. But it's tough, right? It is tough. The job that I have now, it was about a year of interviewing, right? And that's going from senior PM to 2 months as a director, trying to find another director role. It's tough, right? But you know what I started realizing is my boss, who was a great mentor, I'm the moderator for this. I really should be paying attention. Sorry, folks. Jeez. My boss, who I've always had a mentor, I've always had a boss that also was a mentor. I don't know how that's happened. Ultimately, I've never had a bad line manager, which is crazy. So I can't really give you much more on that because it really has happened by accident. But ultimately, he was helping me get to a point where he's like, dude, you got to stop selling yourself and you got to take control of the conversation in the interview. Right? You got to lead that conversation because otherwise it's just going to be them asking you a bunch of questions and you trying to sell yourself. And you shouldn't have to sell yourself because you're friggin' awesome. He did a survey recently for a friend of mine who's reaching out trying to do product research because he wants to put out a product collaboration tool. And that same boss and mentor, right? Now he's been you know, out in the world for the last 2 years, and we talk every now and again, but he said I was like the best product manager he's ever worked with. That tugs on my heartstrings, right? Because again, like, I really don't care how people perceive me most of the time. But for somebody to say that about me, nobody's ever said that about me as a product manager. I've heard the opposite. I've definitely heard, hey man, I really don't think that's what a product manager does. Hey man, I think you should be more, learning more about strategy. Hey man, I think you should be doing this. I think you should be doing that, right? Because yeah, I did go through a period where I wasn't doing actual PM work, and I kind of had to learn then how to be a PM. But ultimately, just knowing that we spent about 3 to 4 years together, that out of all the PMs and all the people he's worked with, like, that he thought I was the best. And he wrote down on paper. I was really taken back by that. It's so great that, like, you spend an entire 48 hours watching people, you know, have to fiddle with a clicker, and then you get up there and you're like, I hope this clicker works. So, you know, like, a couple things that you need to think about, right? And again, like, my experience is my experience. You know, I'm hoping you guys at one point or another weren't homeless, and I hope at one point or another you guys, weren't bullied and harassed. I hope that you guys, essentially had to not kind of fight your way up in a corporate world to finally get to lead a team because you want to manage people. How many people want to manage people? I think I saw a few hands raised. How many people do want to lead people? awesome. It's not what you think. You know, it's not what you think. I can tell you that right now. But ultimately, like, what makes you stand out, right? Going back to being a product manager and going back to being, you know, representing your product, how do you stand out? I definitely stand out because I have a man bun. I definitely stand out because I have a beard. But if all the executives or all the leaders are kind of doing a panel discussion where they're talking about, hey man, who's making the cut and who isn't, right? It happens. We can't say it doesn't happen, it happens. But how do you stand out in a conversation like that? How do you stand out where they essentially say, oh, Michael? Yeah, absolute, like, that's an S or an A or whatever, or a 5 out of 10 or 5 out of 5. You know, again, like, that's what I want to strive to do, right? I want to strive to be that somebody that, you know, again, you know, stands out. And I want my products to stand out, right? Now, we could talk all day about what makes a good product, but ultimately, I got a lot of empathy. So I got a lot of time for users. And I love legal people. And I love compliance. And these are some of the most boring things on the planet. But I got all the time in the world for them, because if they have one task that they use my product for in a day, you better hope it completes that task, right? Otherwise, you're throwing their whole day into hawk if your product doesn't do that one thing, right? So I want my product to matter. And I do that by being myself. And also learning in the process that there are some things I have to take into account, like I don't know everything. And we'll talk about that if you're hanging around for the product confessionals later, because I've done plenty of things that I definitely regret. Like taking away a table listing and putting in a percentage bar based on a survey that I sent out. Everybody loved that, right? 9 out of 10 said, yeah, we'd absolutely love a percentage bar. We don't care about that table listing. Who cares if we could see, you know, where the files are in the process? I can tell you after a month, it was definitely a different story when it came to that. What are your unique skills and expertise? There's a lot that, again, you're going to learn over your career. But what are your unique skills? I really don't have a party trick, right? I'm not that guy. But I do have some weird ability to read people a little bit. It's true. And it is a unique skill, because I can definitely tell whether you're being genuine or not. What do you offer that others don't? Whew. What do you offer that others don't? Some things, right? I've been a manager for most of my life now, so again, I do know a lot about people management. I know where mistakes can be made, and I know where there can be success. And I know it's a continued personal growth deal by looking at yourself, right? And how you're treating other people. And it's important to treat people with respect. What is important to you? What motivates you? And what do you believe in? It's questions you got to ask yourself. Is a title really that important to you? Damn you, Konstantinos. He put up that one figure and now it just throws me off track. You know, what motivates you? What drives you? What makes you want to take that next step? I spent 8 years trying to be a comedian, doing Twitch streaming, getting every public speaking opportunity I could, because I knew it was uncomfortable and I knew I had a problem putting myself up on stage and speaking in front of people. It took me 8 years really to kind of be comfortable enough to be like, yeah, this is, like, I got this. Like, I can go up there and do it. Like, I don't have those nerves that I used to. I mean, we always have nerves. But again, what motivates me? I do like public speaking. You know, I do like sharing my experience. So it took a long time for me to kind of navigate through that and kind of feel right with myself that I'm capable of doing this. I started my podcast, you know, about a month ago. So it's very new. It's very new. But I always wanted to do it. And again, like being a Twitch streamer, you know, for me, I was like, I really would just like to share my experience, but I would also like to invite other people that I really love hearing and having their personal brand, you know, again, explained to the masses, right, to kind of get them out there. You guys just saw 3 people, right, that you had no clue who they are. Their personal brand is amazing. They are definitely people that you should check out, right? You wouldn't have known that if you hadn't shown up here today. So I started the Productitude. And again, the new opportunities will come for you, and the right opportunities will come for you. If you just put yourself out there, and remember, just be yourself, that it's a learning opportunity, right? There's a lot that you're going to have to look at. So if you're not an active listener, if you're like me and you're very stubborn, like these are a lot of things that you're going to have to dig deep and figure out, because ultimately, it's not going to land you those new opportunities. There are plenty of people out there that I know that if a director role opened up, that they would ask me in a heartbeat. And that's not me being arrogant. They've told me that. And I'm glad that they have the, you know, the ability to tell me that, because that means I'm actually doing the right things, right? That's what we want to hear, that we're doing the right things. And networking is a big part of that, and building relationships, you know? So again, in closing, in summary, right, there's a few things that we can think about, right? Again, you know, crafting a consistent and clear brand, right? Being unique, doing the same things you would do with product management, but doing for yourself and your brand, right? If you like to dress up in a suit, hey, do you. If you like doing what I do and just rocking a t-shirt and jeans and whatever else, it works, right? You don't have to be, you know, a suit and tie dude or individual, right, to be successful in your career. You continuously identify areas of personal and professional development. So part of being a manager, and I will wrap up with this, I promise, but part of being a manager, right, is, again, professional development. Can't say that enough. I knew nothing about business stepping into a PM role, right? Technical, yes. UX, yeah, absolutely. But when it came down to the business, I knew nothing. And so there's a lot of professional development that has to happen, and that could be part of your personal brand, right? A lot of agile coaches here. A lot of successful agile coaches here. When I'm thinking about my next agile transformation, you better believe I'm calling a couple people that I've heard speak this week, right? Remember that personal branding is an ongoing process and requires consistent effort and attention. It's not going to happen overnight. Would I like 17,000 people to be viewing me on Twitch each stream? Absolutely. Is it about like 2 to 50 people? Absolutely. Right? But I'm okay with that. I'm okay with talking into the ether to literally no one sometimes, hoping that I get some sort of attendance, right? Because I know I'm developing, you know, some skills in the process, and I'm kind of iterating on myself and my personal brand. Thank you for taking the time to listen. In the essence of time, we will take a couple questions.
Thanks for a very interesting talk. In your talk, you mentioned that your boss said you shouldn't try to sell yourself during the interview because you are awesome. So my question is then how you should let the person in front of you who is trying to hire you or whatever you are doing the interview for know that you are awesome, because he's seeing you first time, he doesn't know anything about you, and you are just another guy for the position.
So you know where my experience lies? In essentially being recruited rather than going out there and applying for that role. Because I know the likelihood of me applying for that role and getting past even a recruiter or onto the next stage is probably unlikely, given where I am in my professional career. And I know that because I spent a year, you know, trying to do that. But ultimately, again, so 2 things. 1, the individual who has reached out to you, you got to own that conversation, because ultimately they should be looking at you and saying, hey, you're a fit for this role for the specific reasons of your professional career and how you are as an individual, right? So again, when it comes to like selling yourself, I probably should have clarified on that, so thank you for saying, but again, trying to be somebody you're not is not going to work. So if you're lying on your CV, right, if you're, again, trying to sell somebody that isn't you, it's probably not going to work out. And I forgot the second part that I was going to mention, but hopefully that answered your question a little bit. Thank you. Anything else? Any other questions? Cool. All right, we'll keep it moving. Thank you, thank you. Next up is, oh my God, this talk's going to be amazing. I've got to hype him up. But Dimitri, are you here? Hey, there he is. Look at this, another cool looking dude. This is personal brand right here. And the beard.
Hey, how much time do I have? Where is my presentation? Okay. People are leaving. Hey there, thank you for having me here. It's actually my, hey, I think it's my 9th talk at ProductCamp. So, here it is. So cool. This is awesome that we have ProductCamp in Cyprus. We just moved here with my wife a year ago, and we really missed product conferences there. Okay, so today I'm going to talk about how to move from senior PM to director of product. So I'm director of product growth at Rake, and 12 years in product management. So I will mostly talk about my personal experience of like different mistakes I've made, and I'm still making them. They're very painful, but I'm still very grateful for that experience. I hope that will be helpful for you if you're interested in moving to more like of a lead or director role and you're a product manager right now, or maybe if you're just moving from individual contributor to manager role. So there will be like about 20 lessons. We'll go fast. I'm not sure I will be able to talk about all of them, but see how it goes. Yeah, a few words about Rake. That's a company that I work for, and there are folks from the company on the back seat as well. So Rake is the platform for work management. There are like a lot of wonderful organizations who use us to collaborate and organize and work. So we have 9 different offices around the world and 1 here in Nicosia. We have positions in growth, product management, and other positions in product management. If you're interested, let's talk. We have Denise somewhere here who is hiring here. Yeah. All right. So about like differences between product management and director position. Actually, there are various frameworks, like this is one of them. And usually they just say that, okay, if you're moving to a high step in the ladder, it requires more communication, more stakeholder management, more strategy, less tactics, less work with the development team, all of that stuff. Yeah, I think that's clear. So I hope my lessons would be a bit more obvious, but this is the most obvious one. So when you're moving up ladder, you have to communicate on a different level. What exactly does it mean? So this is a situation before. It's like you're interacting with your team, you're interacting with your manager, you have a lot of shared context, you have a lot of time to interact, right? So it's easy for you to communicate. Like you basically are an expert in your field, and you have a lot of time to share it. And you interact with stakeholders, but usually quite rarely, and you have enough time to get prepared for those interactions so they're productive. And now you're a director, and situation is completely different. Now you have several teams, and you have like executive teams that you have to interact with, and you have a little shared context. So it's like when you're talking with them, you have to be very precise. And you have a lot of stakeholders, and you don't have so much time to get prepared. You just need to be very urgent and kind of communicate with them on the go. And there are various common mistakes that you can make. Oh, by the way, this is the old version of presentation, but anyways. So the first mistake that I made maybe too often is to share too many details with all of these folks when they just don't understand it. Like your rule of thumb should be you should help them make a decision, right? And give exactly information that is required for them to make a decision. And the second is, well, to share too many direct decisions with your teams, and you're not in a position where you can share direct decisions. Now you have to share principles and frameworks that they can apply in their context to make the right decision, right? There is also a third principle, so not to understand the map of stakeholders. There are actually various frameworks that you can use to kind of map your different stakeholders and importance of those stakeholders for your work, and then just look at your calendar and understand whether you're spending your time on right people or not. So this is super important. Okay, what? All right. So another painful mistake, so at least in my personal experience, is moving from so-called individual superstar mindset to strategic collaboration mindset. What does it mean? So I'm the senior PM, right? So most probably I'm a clever person. So I worked hard to get there, right? I know how to do things. I kind of see a lot of problems around myself. I think I can solve them if I would just work on them, right? I can see a lot of decisions made by other people. I might not be very kind of agree with them. And also, I think that there are a lot of people who are making decisions that impact my work. I don't like it, right? So this is very easy to get in the situation where we just blame others because of like problems that you see around. And that would be a very wrong position, to blame stakeholders, decision makers, maybe even your team. So a different position would be to take responsibility for all the problems that you see around and actually improve your communication so you can help stakeholders make right decisions, right? Be more proactive so that you can, again, help them with the right timing and take responsibility for the problems you take. So this is a very kind of hard lesson learned, and it requires a change in mindset. Another interesting problem is now you're responsible for your own motivation and the motivation of all the people around you. And again, the situation before, your manager was responsible for your motivation, right? And now you're going to work with the executives. They don't give a damn about your motivation. They just need the best people there in the company to do their work, right? The business, there are a lot of problems with the business. We need to grow. Like, okay, now you need to do your work in the best way, and if you're not doing that, then probably you're the wrong person. And there will be a lot of ups and downs, again and again, and it requires a decent skill to kind of learn how to manage your own emotions and keep motivation, keep like going. And at the same time, all the people around you now will start blaming you, just like you kind of blamed your manager before that. Now you're owning their motivations as well. It's so simple to become cynical and feel down in that situation. And again, it requires a skill to be optimistic and just to remember that there is an opportunity in every problem, right? So it's very important to be energetic and positive when you're working with the team. Because if you will feel down, then everyone else will just take that and copy your behavior. So people will pick your mood. And if you want a team to perform, you actually need to be energetic. And don't forget to celebrate. Like, it's important not only for your team, but for you as well, to kind of continue, have fuel to continue. All right. So another interesting problem or like lesson learned is, well, now you have to learn where to very quickly get into the context and make correct decisions. So, and again, before that, just a minute. Before that, you were back. Okay. So before that, you had plenty of time to get into context. Most probably you were like an expert in the field, right? You worked on a very framed scope, and now you have a lot of those scopes under your responsibility, and you have all the other scope that interact with that. Like there is marketing, there is sales, there's like business and all that stuff. So much, and it's so hard to manage all of that. And now you just don't have time, and you need to be very urgent, and you need to make decisions quickly. Because if you want to do that, it's so easy to get buried under those unresolved problems. So, and if you get there and you like have hundreds of unresolved problems, it's like very stressful. So there are several principles that kind of you can use there. First of all, analysis paralysis is bad. It's when you can't make decision, right? Because like for some reason, there are several principles that you can apply. For example, always keep the ultimate goal in mind and like ask yourself whether this thing that you're currently deciding on, will it help move to the goal or it will move you to some other place, right? Think from the first principles. Think of, is it good or bad? Like develop a personal decision framework. Have your own criteria that you can apply in different situations, again and again. So that will help you improve speed of decision making. And also delegate. So usually it's also a problematic thing if you're trying to make decisions on specific solutions. You're not in that position. You are in the position where you have to make decision on resourcing and understanding who exactly should solve that problem, right? And in what priority. And this is another lesson here. So building a strong team is probably your first objective, right, when you become a director. And there are multiple interesting principles related to that as well. So the problems that you have to deal with basically the problems that no one else in your team could solve before you. So that's why you're dealing with them. Like they get up to your level. So this is a good measure of the strength of your team, right? So if you're looking at your to-do list and you see things that probably you shouldn't be dealing with, like you expect that other people in your team should do that, then probably your team is not strong enough. And there's always a fine balance between kind of helping your direct reports or replacing them. And the kind of the mistake that I've made maybe too often in my career is trying to help, always trying to help, instead of kind of admitting that the person can't do the job, right? But again, this is kind of a fine balance. So maybe it's hard to find a better person, right? Maybe the person has good potential and you need to invest into the person. And there is an interesting question that you can ask yourself. What's the probability that another person who you can hire will do that job better, right? If probability is high enough, then probably the person should be replaced. And if you won't make it clear for yourself and for that person, then later it can backfire into you. So first of all, you will get burned out because you have to deal with all of those problems that you shouldn't deal with, right? And the second is, well, at some point of time, they'll be like, okay, the person wants a promotion or maybe like want to change job because it doesn't feel that she's growing and all of that stuff. So that will definitely backfire. So, and another interesting thing is that the problems that are never solved, but they are kind of important problems that fall into your scope, but they are never solved, I think that's a good kind of measurement of the strength of yourself, right? Because if they're never solved and they're super important, then probably you're not able to solve them. And maybe you're not able because you have to deal with the problems of other people in your team. All right, another important thing is ability to focus. Well, that will be a simple one, right? So the key principle here is the higher you get, the more problems you see. And it might look like everything is broken, but you can't fix everything, right? You need to focus on the most important. There is an interesting framework that's called LNO, which basically means leverage, neutral, overhead. And you can just take a look at your calendar or your to-do list and mark it with those things. So the leverage are the tasks that kind of you spend some time on that, your effort, and then it gives you like 10x more value or even more, right? So those are tasks that you should focus on mostly. So there are also natural tasks that doesn't provide the similar return on investment, and also overhead. So you should not spend time on that. And also important principle here is that now, as you're on the like on a high level of the ladder, actually your decisions have a high leverage because they impact a lot of people. So you should spend time on things that have high leverage. All right. So another important principle is to have enough energy to learn. And this is super hard. There's an interesting framework that I've learned from one guy. So before that, when you were like individual contributor, it was mostly like you work, then you work, then you work. How do you make more? You just work more, right? And that's how you can get more done and have more value. So now it's a bit different. So the mindset have to shift. So now you work, then you calm down, and then you adjust your direction, which means like you're thinking, are we moving in the right direction as a team, right? Because again, your decisions have a very high leverage, and it impacts a lot of people. So, and this is super hard, especially when you have like a high urgency, like business, need to grow and all this stuff. It's super hard to find time not to work. And well, that's a skill. I mean, again, so you need to find time for that, to find time in your calendar. All right, and now about urgency. So you are now the main person who kind of creates urgency in your team. So your team will take as much time for solving stuff as you give them, right? So, and you know about business requirements. You know that like business needs to grow. You know all about all the problems. So like people who are in your team that most probably like focused on their scope, they might not understand the whole picture. And now you need to understand whether they need to do it faster with a lesser quality or maybe a kind of improved quality, do it a bit slower. But you are kind of creating that rhythm. So there are several principles as well. So first of all, you need to adopt that mindset of permanent facilitation. So everywhere you go, you kind of try to make the talk, the work productive, the desk meeting productive. So you need always understand what are the next steps. Like what are we doing right now? What are our plans for the next like couple of weeks, like a month, right? And demand the same from the people on your team. So basically we do that in Break, right? So every product manager in the team, they need to understand their roadmap like in a very deliberate way for the next 4 weeks and have like preliminary understanding of what they're going to build after that. So you're now kind of a coaching player. You're talking with people and you're helping them by unblocking them. Most of the roadblocks are usually psychological. It's like I'm kind of afraid to make a decision, right? Or kind of for some reason don't want to do that because I know I have a conflict with some other people, right, in the team, or like outside of the team. So now you can help people to unblock themselves by talking with them, understanding what blocks them, and kind of helping them make that decision, like allowing them to do that if they don't allow them themselves. A lot of resistance usually is caused by misalignment between different parties. So for some reason, people just can't be aligned, and that's again your job to go and help them do that. All right. Another important lesson is that now you have to create confidence wherever you go. And there is an interesting principle here. So micromanagement is usually caused by the lack of trust. So if you feel that you're micromanaged, or if you feel that you have to micromanage someone, then probably that means that there's not enough trust. So how do you create trust? First of all, do what you're committed to, right? Second, create correct expectations, right? How do you create confidence? Learn to share excitement wherever you go about the things that you built and about the things that kind of you did, right? So show the results and all this stuff. All right. This thing doesn't work. Yep. How much time do I have? Okay. So another lesson is now you have to think on a larger scale, right? Probably obvious one. So as I mentioned, your decision has a much bigger leverage. Sorry. And there are several principles here as well. So your decisions not only impact your team, it impacts other teams as well. And to have good relations with your stakeholders and kind of understanding how to impact business in a better way, you need to understand how your decisions impact other functions. For example, like if you're a product that might be marketing, sales, and all those guys. So you need to understand the longer-term implication of your decisions, probably years ahead. So the cost of your incorrect decision might have like high implications. So now you have to deal with that. So you have to understand how different things work in the system and think about the like depth of that, like what's the second level consequence, third level consequence. So again, this is an important skill. You are now responsible for adjusting operations and building the system, how it functions. So the process improvement is something that's always ongoing, and it's like an interesting mistake that some people think of, like if I just build the right process, it will work forever, right? It does never work that way, actually. So when the company is growing, the environment is changing, your team is growing, and with the larger scale, like more people join, the more complicated the system is, and it requires new process to build. So actually, the process that you built is always an ongoing thing. So one of the mistakes that I've made, probably a lot, is trying to rebuild the system from the ground up. It's like, oh shit, there are so many problems. Let's do it a different way. Usually, it doesn't work because implementing new process requires a lot of energy from all the people in your team. And it's much easier, at least in my case, was to move iteratively. So like fix the most important things that I see right now, and then fix the next, and that's the way how we can grow as the team. So always focus on, if you need to prioritize process improvements, focus on process improvements that are tied to your current objectives. Like first you need to understand what exactly you're building and why, and then understand how would you build it. Okay, another principle is that you are responsible for building productive work environment and the culture. And this is a good principle. So you have to shield your team from meteorites. And this is, again, another very important mistake that I've made a lot. So when I just brought the problems to the team instead of shielding them from that. And usually it creates a lot of demotivation. So there, like the executives will always be not super happy because like there's always urgency. Business always demands more, right? So they try to create that urgency from you. You need to create urgency in your team as well. But if you will bring too much critics, like problems to your team, they will just give up. So you have to be that shield that is there between the business and the team. So share the healthy work principles with the team and own them yourself. So teach them how to work in a productive way and show it by your example. All right, I think that's all. I'm on time. That's super cool. There's just a few high-level principles. If you're actually interested in growing to manager, like being director and above, I haven't seen any case when it just happened on its own. So usually it requires from you a specific behavior, which is actually starting to take responsibility on the next level, right? And as you've seen, like moving from one level to another, that requires a lot of new skills, and it also requires a change in the mindset, which would be a very complicated task to do, right? So in order to do that, you have to start working on the next level already and do things that no one is asking you for, right? Take responsibility, try to solve it. You will gradually switch your mindset, you will gradually develop the skill set, and you will show the results, and not only after that, usually after that, the promotion happens. All right, I think that's all. Thank you very much. You can find me here on Telegram and on LinkedIn. Super exciting to have you here. Thank you.
All right. A couple questions for Dimitri, maybe?
All right.
All you people want to get into leadership, want to lead people.
Oh, please.
Thank you for your presentation. Can you give a couple life hacks how to calm down in such, unpredictable sphere while you have, so many stakeholders and around happening something like pandemic and you need, to be on a budget and something like that? What you're doing, just how you calm down yourself and your team. What's your tips?
My God, there's so many. Okay, so how to calm down yourself, right? I think probably the first principle is just focus on doing the good work, right? There is a principle, focus on the ball from the tennis mind game. I think that there is a book. So you can kind of think about all the problems around, but you can just focus on the most important problem to solve right now and think of how you can do it the best way. So that's probably the principle number one. The second principle is more of the psychological thing, is just think about what exactly creates those negative emotions for yourself, because usually there are different triggers for different people. We're all different, right? And kind of list them down and think, okay, when I get into that specific situation, I get nervous, right? And that I get nervous as well. How do I, first of all, limit those situations in my life? And the second, if it's not so easy, then there are good psychological methods. For example, the shadow work that I can recommend enough. So I use that a lot in my life. I think it's super cool, super good thing. So you can read about it. It's shadow work. Just Google it. How to calm down the team. I think one of the, and especially yesterday I had a discussion on the topic with a group of folks. So especially in remote environment, it's kind of hard to create that comfort and confidence, right? So because people don't interact personally so much, it's much easier to get into misunderstanding. It's much easier to get in the situation where you kind of, for some reason, blame others and all this stuff. So I learned that it really helps to sometimes have that reflection sessions with the team and just share your own emotions and kind of your kind of things that create friction for yourself, like your doubts. Just share what's important for you, right? And then ask them to do the same. So that brings you closer, and that helps to calm down and then focus on work. So I hope that works. But there are many others, I think. I can hear you.
Thanks, Dima. It was very interesting. I agree with many learnings that I also had to do on my own when I grew in higher position. I think one of the big changes also happening when you become a director or head of or something like this is that you get more people management responsibilities. And I think you touched on some points around this, but I'm curious if you reflect specifically on this part, so managing people, being responsible for their performance, maybe what are top 3 learnings or ideas that helped you be better in this?
I'm thinking about top 3, okay. Well, the top from my mind is what I have here, so understand the level of the person, like be very honest about it, right? For that person, for yourself. So, and at the same time understand what are your expectations from the position that person takes, and be very open about it. I think that's the first principle. The second is understand motivation of the person, like what are the why the person is doing that job, right? So because there are, we have a culture of hard working actually, and I always kind of think, why do people in Rica so energetic? Like, and there are different reasons for each of them, right? But if it's broken, then it's very visible, right? And again, there will be a specific reason for each of the bad cases when the person for some reason loses all of the energy, right? So, and you need to understand what drives them, like what creates that motivation. And what would be the third? Kind of give honest feedback, but at the same time praise good work. I think so. Always reminding myself to do that. Kind of give honest feedback, but don't forget to praise the good work. It's important. Hope that helps.
Any other questions?
Hi there.
Hey.
Thanks for very great presentation. My question would be around with the level of responsibility. Obviously, when you're growing, you've got this vast amount of information flowing in, the amount of docs you have to read, decisions to be made. How do you filter that? Like, can you please speak into I can hear. You can't hear me, right? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, not bad. Thanks.
Okay, my question is quite simple. You've got a lot of info flowing in. How do you filter that? Like, some people, they just tend to answer any email, any Slack message, anything that's coming from to their side, and some people, they just reply to the messages when they're attacked. So what's your tactic in there?
Well, I think there is always, I guess everyone has their own personal time management system, something like that. Like mine is I heavily rely on calendar and on my to-do list, right? I have specific slots for just cleaning up the inbox. That includes messages in Slack, in Rake, and like maybe some small tasks and all that stuff. So I usually have time slots for that. I can't say that I'm kind of answering all of the messages on time. Some of them, sometimes it might take a week. It's not a good thing, but I must admit it happens. So probably that's a high-level answer. There are a couple of tricks that I've used, that I started to use just recently. So, for example, one of the tricks is that when you just stop spending attention to that, your to-do list might grow a lot. Like I realized, for example, recently that I have like 120 items there. Like to do that, check that, and then discuss that with that person. And I understand that I will never do that, right? All of that, and probably it will become even larger. And one of the tricks is kind of every day just remove 5 items from there. Not do them, just remove, right? What are the least important stuff, right? And by filtering it, you will eventually get to the situation where you have the most important stuff, right? And you will be able to focus on that. But also every day I have like a very specific set of things that I want to accomplish. There are probably like 2, 3 most important tasks that I just remember about them. They are always there.
Okay, great. Well, we're going to get right into the panel discussion, so you can't go anywhere, Dimitri. You have to unfortunately stay for another half hour. We don't know where Isaac is. Victoria, would you mind augmenting and coming up and speaking on career and everything underneath the sun? Great, great, great. So it's not just me and you, just, again, sharing what you already just shared for the last hour. So I thought it'd be great. Awesome. Okay, cool. Get rid of the books. Yeah. And that way, if Isaac does come back, that we still got one more seat. Yeah, why not? Let's take a seat. Oh yeah, sorry, I was just waiting. Do you want to stand? Okay. No. I was waiting. I thought you were waiting. Awesome. All right, so if you're just joining us, this was the career track. Hope you enjoyed it. My name, again, is Michael Yeomans. I'm a director of product for Now Vertical. So we have a vertical intelligence focus when it comes to our services and products, but it's still horizontal B2B. So we're operating out of Toronto. I do not live in Toronto. I live in the UK. So I am excited to be here.
Yep. Oh, so loud. Sorry. I'm Dima Orlov or Dmitry. I live in Cyprus. Just moved here a year ago, work at Drake. We have office in Nicosia where we live with my wife. Here are my contacts. So.
All right, 1, 2, 3. I think it works. Hi, I'm Victoria. I'm a bit surprised to be here, but very happy. So thanks, Michael. I am VP Product at Product People. We're a product management consultancy working with different companies, mostly in Europe, to help them deliver great products. We specialize in interim product management, which means we fill position of a product manager in the short term, between 3, 6, 9 months, sometimes a bit longer. And we do it for different kind of positions, from product manager to senior product manager to also product leadership. I myself, as a VP product at a company, have this interesting double-sided role. On one hand, I do client work with other product companies, but I also am responsible for our product managers and their growth and career are the topics that I've thought a lot about. I was also the one to establish many processes around career progression, appraisal, and so on in our company. So very happy always to talk about this. If we don't get enough time to answer all your questions in the session, please come to me. I love talking about career.
This is exactly why I wanted her up here. So we will dive right into it. So I think a good topic. You've both been in individual contributor roles in your product careers. And so can you talk a little bit about that move from being an individual contributor into leadership and kind of how important it is to have, that experience of going through those roles leading up to kind of where you're at now from a leadership perspective?
Yeah, a brief experience. So actually I had like ups and downs, I think. So when I just started, in a couple of years after that, I became a CEO of the company, like a small startup. So it was a leadership role, I guess, but there are just several people. I can't say that I was prepared for that. So then later I became individual contributor again. I was working with these product teams in other companies. And then I again become a manager. I was still not prepared. So then I went to Rake, not being a kind of manager of managers, still working with the teams, but then I hired a couple of managers, and actually my Rake became a school, I guess, of like what is the good leadership is. What was the second question?
No, it was pretty much just sharing your experience about having time in those roles rather than just like
yeah.
into like a senior role but you did.
All right. So that was full of windy. Is the right word?
Yeah.
I guess in a way I'm also not a very typical example. I think I got into senior roles and having responsibility for other people relatively quickly. Plus, even before I was in product management in my past life as a researcher, I have done quite a lot of communal work, outreach, and I work with teams and oftentimes in a leadership role. And I think I kind of had this experience even before I officially had this in my title and my paid job, which helped. And I genuinely, by the way, can recommend this. So if you are interested into growing in this management track and you're saying, yeah, but in my current job I don't have this, think, can you start having this somewhere else, maybe in some volunteer activities, maybe somewhere else where you work with other people, try to take leadership responsibilities, and it will show you many things. Like, it will show you where you maybe have a talent, and I found out that for some things I had a talent, and then show you where you're lacking the knowledge and experience, and I also found that some things were more difficult. I can also share maybe a couple tips what I think is usually difficult. Of course, Dmitry gave a great talk before, so if you didn't see it, maybe watch a recording. I think he shared many of the important things that you should watch out for when you're changing. I think one of the dangerous places that I see in many people, and I've also experienced myself, at least partially, is changing from individual contributor to manager, especially in the product space. It's hard to delegate enough. On the one hand, in being a product leader, you still often have to do a lot of hands-on work. Like some things, some documentation will be on you to prepare. Some maybe roadmaps on a higher level are for you to prepare. You might be doing workshops with teams or your leadership peers. So there's a lot of hands-on work as well. And it's very tempting to do a lot of it because this is what you know how to do. And then you are not spending enough time on people management part, for example. Because this is something new, more challenging, and you're like, yeah, but cannot I just do another document that I know how to prepare? So I would recommend looking out for this, always challenging your to-do list with, is there something I don't have to do myself? Is it something that I can delegate? And sometimes it's good to really have like analysis of the activities that you do. Like think about your months or 1 week maybe, and put everything that you're doing on a list, ideally maybe on a small metrics, how impactful it is, how impactful is this activity for the company, and does it have to be you? For example, you can have these 2 axes. So is it dependent on you as a person with a specific expertise, or you're just doing this because it has to be done? And then look how your activities cluster around this, and then try to identify which activities you can hand over. You might also figure out that you need to hire another person for part of the activities because you're spending time on those. They're not very special. You don't have to be a very qualified product leader to do those things. Then probably you need to find another person or hire another person to do this.
Excellent. How big is Reich? How many employees?
About 1,000.
Yeah, so can you maybe talk a little bit about what that's like from a leadership perspective, is jumping from, again, a startup to like a bigger company, and kind of the changes that may happen and things you got to pay attention to?
Yeah, I think working in a startup is a lot of fun. So, but there are like negative aspects of that, I guess, less stability and all this stuff. So people are not so experienced, not so like may not have people to learn from, right? So in a bigger company, there are usually better process, much more experience, but everything feels slower, right? So, and there are a lot more of that thing that we call stakeholder management. So there, like, you need to align with a lot of people, and at some point of time that becomes your kind of primary thing that you spend your energy and time on. So when in startup, it might feel that you're mostly focused on building things. So it's very depending on your personality, I think, what works for you. So I think those people who want to build career in management and like influencing, then like the bigger companies are better for you. Like startups, if you're like builders, there are actually big and bigger companies, right? There are very big companies. I haven't worked for big tech. Well, I worked a bit, like for a year, but I don't count that as an experience. So maybe the rules are different there. What else did I want to say? Oh yeah, I just talked with the guy yesterday, right? So he shared with me, like, I just worked for the startup for the first time in my life, and they kind of laid me off with all of my department. So it's kind of a very, very risky thing, you know, and I would prefer to work in the companies that are like moderate size, that have established product market fit and all of that stuff, and help them grow. So that's my thing. So again, those are different experiences, and you choose based on your personality.
Did you have a conflicting opinion on that?
In parts of it, yes. Maybe about career, I would look at it a bit differently. Of course, there are many facets how the big companies are different from small companies. Plus, if we talk about this growth phase, it can go in a couple different ways. Sometimes it's organic growth over many years, like it's very stably consistent, and then it's one story. And this is when I think, as Dima says, when you get more experienced people in a bigger organization, because this was not very quick, so they get to learn things. But you can also meet companies that are quite big, but they went there through hypergrowth, where within 1 year they increased, like multiplied their staff. And in these cases, what you will see, lack of processes, everything is very messy. People still have this startup mentality, which has like positive sides because everyone is motivated, they are building stuff, but sometimes there's so much mess that you spend unreasonable amount of time trying to align things. And there are also another interesting kind of company which grow through merger and acquisition. There are companies that, again, do hyper growth, not by hiring themselves, but acquiring other companies and then trying to implement or put them inside of the same organization. This is often also comes together with laying off people to remove duplicate roles. So it's a different kind of mess that you get. There are parts of the company now that are used to different things, different processes, maybe come from different cultures and so on, and it's also very interesting. But what I wanted to disagree with what Dima said is about the career growth. I think if you join a startup early on that has a good product, you have very good potential to grow very quickly in your position and taking responsibility. And yeah, I would say this is something that happened to me with product people because I joined very early on and we were successful in our product market fit. Now, are you ready for this? This is a different question because, yeah, in a startup, you might not have anyone to supervise or mentor you, so you will have to figure everything on your own. And if you don't have this experience, it's gonna be painful sometimes or like challenging. And on the opposite side, if you join a company that has thousands of employees, and as an example of company I observed personally, I can give Zalando, which is a big e-commerce company in Europe. Career progression is very difficult there. They hire a lot of external people for high management roles. They like to hire from like fancy companies like Amazon. Then it's not expected that you will progress to the next stage in 1 or 2 years, even if you're doing an excellent job. If you just joined, they will say, you know, there are people who are here 5 years, so they are first in line. And I would say this is where you get good experience. You probably have mentors who mentor you and train you, but the career progression in terms of titles and responsibility might be much, much slower.
Yeah, I think it's a great question. I think it's a great topic anyways because, you know, for me, I went from, again, 17,000 customers to 5. So it was a big change. And because I was coming in as a director of essentially no one, right, it was my responsibility, being the first product person, to kind of make sense of a bunch of products that had just been acquired, right, through targeted acquisitions. So it's about marrying up that vision, creating that vision. And also, again, trying to figure out, you know, what's that long-term strategy. And so I was just interested to see what your experience was, because for me, it's been quite challenging, and it's only been 6 months to go into that startup mentality. As, you know, for me, I was in a high-growth environment when I first came in to the corporate world because, again, it was like email security. And so everybody pretty much needs email security. So it was like, I remember the first time I heard somebody say, you know, oh, sales team has to hit 1 million by Friday, and it was like a Tuesday, and I was like, how the hell are they going to do that? And somebody turned to me and they were like, they're going to do it. And they did it, right? So it's like crazy, uncomfortable growth, hyper growth, where essentially it's so rapidly evolving that you can't even keep up. So another good question for you guys. Ultimately is my filler word for the year. Do you have filler words for the year that you want to get rid of?
Urgency.
Urgency? Yeah. I think mine are, again, ultimately and obviously. I thought I did a good job during my presentation of not using those, but I think I did use ultimately a couple times. Another good one. Can you just talk a little bit about, again, I heard a lot of conversation today in other presentations about middle management and about how middle management is being removed in some organizations due to the tech layoffs and things like that. Now, we are in the messy middle, so leading from the middle is a challenge no matter what organization you're at. Can you talk a little bit about what that's like, being that individual, you specifically being that individual that kind of is in the in-between where essentially you're not low man on the totem pole, right? So you're not kind of doing a lot of the day-to-day, but you're also not an executive, so you gotta kind of manage that middle part where it's essentially like they expect you really to know everything, so you have the solutions to the problems, and you're also taking care of the people that you have to manage. Could you just talk a little bit about what your experience is like?
You want to start?
All right, so I think if you are in the position when you're looking for a job in middle management, first thing I would say, take it super seriously. You want to know who your managers will be. If you're reporting to the founders or CEO or like this super high level, take it super seriously. Are you able to talk with these people? Do they have similar expectations that you have for your role? Do you have a cultural connection? Because if you don't feel the connection, it's going to be tricky. If you were individual contributor somewhere down the hierarchy, it's a different story. You are shielded a lot from the craziness of the C-level. But if you're this middle management, then you're going to be facing it. And it's always going to be something interesting about the founders, most probably. But is it the kind of interesting that you're able and willing to handle, or it's something that you're allergic to? I think that's very important. And second, yes, I think it's a very difficult job because you need to manage both ways. So you manage down, but you also manage up. Everyone expects something from you. Your reports are always unhappy. I think Dima made very good points about this in the presentation, that how you are always challenged by people who report to you, but then you're also always challenged by the management. So be prepared to manage up, learn how to do this if you can up front. What else? And to a general question whether this is necessary, and looking at the trends that some companies, like apparently Facebook right now, announced that they want to get rid of the middle management and product management so that they become more lean and flat hierarchy. I personally don't think it's a good idea. I think it's not realistic in most organizations to not have middle management because there are just too many people on low levels, right, that someone on the top can have an oversight. And someone needs to be in this coordination role. Maybe a possible solution is that you have a separate function in the company that takes care of the coordination and organization, something like product operations or similar, then maybe part of this job is done. But still, there is also a people management part, and people need managers. If they don't have managers, they usually, not very senior people are not yet ready to manage themselves, so they need some support. And if they're not getting this support, chances are very high that they might leave quite soon to look for a place where they will get more support.
Yeah, thanks. Just realized how hard is it. Thank you. I can agree more, so I think everything is super correct. Well, there are several very important skills that I've mentioned. Like you need to learn how to create trust with top-level stakeholders and how to create confidence with your team, right? So how to create right expectations with the top-level stakeholders, but at the same time organize the team so they will provide achieved results, right? So it's kind of like various interesting skills that you need to learn.
Did anybody see the conversation between Elon Musk and a senior director of design on Twitter recently about how this gentleman got laid off and ultimately then had to openly, because Elon Musk said, go ahead, have a conversation about why his position was important, what he does in order to, again, reclaim the job that he was being pretty much notified that he did or did not have. So essentially being laid off. And so I felt for that guy because I think, especially as product people, we know how important it is to have middle management, especially when it comes to design, whether it's product design or UX, depending on how you use it. but ultimately, if you haven't seen it, you definitely got to check it out. Sorry, was there a question from the crowd?
Thanks. I have a question. It's more like maybe advice from your experience you can share with. I was in a position that I had to work with a team, manage them, but I wasn't in a position to hire or fire any one of them. And unfortunately, everybody is different, and not everyone is willing to do the part of the job they are tasked to, and or take any responsibility. So I was ending up spending so much time explaining them how to do, and then ending up doing it myself because it would save actually the time and move the project forward. So what you could suggest in these situations that could help or motivate people, but since I wasn't in a position to provide them anything extra or fire them, so it was quite hard for me to put any pressure on them. So, yeah.
Just to make sure I understand, so you think that person is not capable of doing the job, you can't replace them, but you need them to do that job. What should you do, right? So that's the question. Yeah. There is a gentleman that maybe have an answer. Okay.
Sure, I have all the answers.
Uh-oh.
Sorry. Yes, product people can help you solve with your problems with my help. I think this is a typical situation for a product manager in general, right? You often, as a product manager who works directly with engineers, you are not their manager normally. And I think this is also right that you're not their manager, because then it's very messed up if you are also their manager. And they should report into the engineering line. And you need to influence without authority. This is what they say, right? And here, I think creating a space where people start owning the work you're doing together as a team is important. Easier said than done. It's not happening overnight. If you get into the team that is not used to having this kind of attitude or setup, if they have never felt that they are part of designing the solution and creating it, if they were just implementing something from the to-do list and they didn't really care, then this is going to take some time. But I think it will pay off if you succeed in this. And this starts by engaging the team into the discussions. This is why we're doing this. What are we doing? How can we do this? Do you agree with the way we do this? And if they disagree, then seriously take their disagreement, right, and discuss and try to come to some consensus. This definitely improves the way they perform their job. Most people are doing the job because they are interested in what they do. I hope, at least. And there's always sometimes people who don't do job for other reasons, like they just want to be paid. And with these people, you might not be able to change anything. And then the only thing you have is that you escalate. So you go to the people who is the manager, and you explain this is what's happening. Ideally, maybe you want to take it step by step. First, you observe the situation, how it is right now. You document it and explain this is what I asked people to do, and they refused or they didn't do it, and and say to the manager of these people, this is what happened. This is my next steps. I'm going to try X, Y, Z. So I'm going to try to create a better space for them to be motivated, connected to their job, and hopefully this helps. But I will come back to you in a month and tell you what happened, right? And then in a month, you can come and say, you know, I did this, all of that. And for some people it worked, and for some people it didn't. What can we do about this? Usually, if there are people who are really underperforming, that's probably not, you're probably not the first person to tell to the manager that this is the case. And that is their responsibility then. Does it help?
I've definitely been in that position as well. And again, there are people. I don't think it's conflicting with what you just said, but like there's plenty of people that I've known that, especially in an individual contributor role, they do that job well, but they don't want to do anything different. They don't want to change. They just want to do their job. And so, most of that experience for me has been with engineers. Is essentially like, hey man, if you just want to be a QA and that's all you want to do, and you don't want to grow into another role or things like, hey, that's awesome. Like you do you. But I did end up having to move on because I wasn't being taken seriously, and I knew I was never going to be taken seriously with some folks that ultimately would help elevate my career, and that was hard for me to realize that and move on, have to move on, because I knew I was always going to be little Mike Yeomans to these folks, just the way it was. Another question?
So I was curious about the concept of basically product persons or product people being responsible in a certain hierarchy, because we have a tendency in growing organizations. I'm hoping I'm not creating feedback. When we're observing growing organizations in the IT landscape and product development landscape, what we can see right now is that we usually separate people management from content management. Yeah, and do you see that helpful in your context? So to resolve some conflict of interest, because what we just heard, it might be good to be a direct report or basically a direct people manager, so that you can personally address in performance or whatever topic, or do you think that separating these responsibilities or powers might benefit in the long run if you're in a scaled environment where you have multiple people that you need to manage content-wise and development-wise in terms of people development?
Okay. One. Yeah, I can maybe only describe the experience that I have. So I have direct reports who are product managers, right? So and there are multiple people who I work with and product team I'm working with, like development, design, and all this stuff. So they have their managers. Although we are all working like matrix organization, we have teams, right? So for now, it feels like the right thing, right? Because, well, I personally don't have a expertise in like design or development, so I can help them grow. I can understand how to evaluate their pay grade and all this stuff. So they have like managers, but at the same time, again, we can fall into that problem where like person doesn't perform. I need something from that person, and there are, I guess, multiple frameworks to how to work with that, and like trying to answer the previous question in my way. There might be a conflict of priorities for the person. Then you have to align on goals. There might be a conflict of like person might not be enabled, like, and you are responsible for creating productive environment. The person might not be capable of doing the job. Then you have to escalate to the manager of that person. So usually that's also in that way. I think that the case when you are kind of everyone is your direct reports. So probably it saves time on decision making. Like you can move faster, and it works like in the smaller organizations, right? So if there are kind of multiple managers and you have to work with all of those guys, it's like much more communication. But on a specific scale, like it works better than if you're kind of owning all the resources. So that's my opinion.
I generally agree. I also think that people management works better when it's related or connected with the expertise. So you have a better manager if this manager knows what you're doing or what you should be doing, and can also notice small things that are not that obvious for a non-expert. Where are your areas of growth? And in terms of preventing this, in terms of preventing many side effects that are negative potentially from this, I think what's important is that how the appraisal works. And the appraisal should not be the manager deciding whether this person is going to rise in the career ladder or be let go or something, but there should be, first of all, there should be feedback collected from multiple different peers, so people who interact with this person. And in the leveling criteria, so description of what the job or the particular level of this job requires, it should include not only the expertise in this professional area, but also something about collaboration with other people, being able to work with other people, and driving company generally to the forward. And then peers' feedback should also reflect on these topics, and then the decision should be made accordingly to that. So in this rounded kind of performance of the person, and not only that, I don't know, they write a good code but never talk to anyone in the company. This should not be praised, or should not be, this person should not be granted with a promotion, for example.
All right, we are out of time, but can we give a hand for our speakers? Awesome. We got one quick announcement. Oh, sorry, what? Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one quick announcement.
Hello. Yes, please. We have a last speech in the camp hall. So it's like we're closing the event. So please, let's go in there. It's like in 1 minute. Thank you.